Good
morning,
Good
Miss
morning.
Ann.
Good
good morning.
morning. Is everyone in?
Let's wait for a couple of more minutes. Lynn is
Good
here.
morning.
Okay, that's good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you this morning?
Oh, if I tell you,
Well, just tell us the good part.
the good part, I managed to sleep about 3 hours.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's the good part.
okay. I think when you learn that much in one day, it's hard.
Oh, no, it was more than that.
Okay.
Had to go take care of a situation at
One of the facilities.
yeah, it was unexpected.
Okay.
That what makes life exciting.
Well, it could have been more exciting yesterday. But I'll make up for the sleep today.
One of the things that I'd like to do today, Raj, and all of you, is change the schedule a little bit and go back to the client workbook and spend the entire morning focusing on more of the examples of the logs that people fill out just before they are doing the process of enrolling in the class, because that's going to be something that you will be doing every time you have a new client. And so that if we can really get a lot of experience doing it now, it'll be a lot easier for you and you'll be able to go faster once you establish your own program. Then the afternoon, we will spend from 1 until 3 focusing on how to establish and maintain a private practice. And we will also spend some time on the value of using LinkedIn for marketing purposes.
Okay, that's great. That's awesome. We have Mia Jones. Morning, Mia.
Good morning.
There she is. How are you this morning, Mia?
Doing well, doing well. How are you?
Okay, were you able to sleep?
Yeah, I was. Generally, this is a good time I'm getting up to go to church, but this morning we're getting forward.
Okay, good. Well, we're following your lead, Raj. We start when you tell us.
Okay, so good morning, Miss Andrea Lee. Good to see you
Good
back.
morning.
Good to see you back. So it's been 2 minutes. Just let's give another minute so that everybody settles down, or we'll wait for 5. I guess we have another 2 more participants to.
Yeah, let's wait for them. It's okay. I also think that I would be interested, and I'm sure Raj will also, in the impact for all of you on actually having copies of the whole training for each day. I've never experienced anything like that from any training that I've taken over the 50 years. And so I'm curious as to what thoughts any of you have right now in terms of how you would use it. One of the things that occurred to me overnight is that it makes it not necessary for this training to take notes because you'll have everything anyway. Comments from Mia or anyone?
Meredith ago. It gives me an opportunity to go back and see the things that I missed.
Okay.
Because while you're doing it in the class, you're trying to keep up and worried about what's coming up next. This way you can look at it at your leisure, slow it down, stop it, take your notes, and whatever else you want to do. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. It was Roger's idea, by the way. And so this
Okay.
guy is incredible. We got to take advantage of him when we can,
All right.
in a good way.
Yeah, I'm very happy as long as everybody saves more time, makes more money, helps. I mean, helps thousands of more people to live their life on a purpose. So impacting more lives. I would love to see everybody coming up with their flying colors with whatever they learn, sharing their knowledge with many other people. That would, I mean, that's something which I would love to see as well. I can't wait to see Alenda Ricks rocking LinkedIn and really making an impact with many LinkedIn followers. Zina Love, Lakshmi trying to create more videos. I can't wait to see Mia Jones also helping millions of other people. In fact, Lynn will definitely would do that, and Mr. Meredith Park will also do that. So I totally believe that everybody is going to make an impact. Good to see you back, Alenda Ricks. Morning.
Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Good morning, lady.
Morning.
So I guess we have one last participants to join in. Okay, there we go. Leandria is here. Good morning, Leandria. So let me open the facilitator's guide, the day to, I mean, this would be, let me share the guide. Does anybody have any questions? Leandria, good to see you back. Morning.
Good morning.
Before we
Okay.
begin, does
Just a
anybody have-
second, not the suggested guide. We're going to start on page number 17 from the Gaining Control of Ourselves client workbook. And we're
Okay,
going to spend all morning going to as many of the examples as we can, because this is something that you're going to be doing so frequently. It's good to master it or come close today because we can do it. And so whenever you start, we're going to start with example number 3 on page number 17.
okay. So
Can I, hi, good morning
Okay.
again. Oh, that's
Good
okay.
morning.
I was just gonna see, I think we had a little technical difficulty, but it's
Okay.
adjusted. Thank you.
This guy is so good. He corrects everything so fast. It throws me off because I'm used to not making it. Freaking out.
Thank you, Raj.
thank you. Thank you, Lynn. So Mr. Anderson, we are on page number 17, gaining control of ourselves, example 3.
Yeah, and you know one thing? I want you to read that one.
Okay, sure. It's a blessing again to read these examples. So this is the situation, everybody. So I was at my doctor's office. There was a woman talking on a cell phone while blocking me. I waited patiently and she failed to move. Finally, I got out of my car and knocked on her window. She continued to talk on her phone while waving me away. I smashed her window. So beliefs, naturally, I wanted her to move so that I could leave. Feelings, angry feeling. In the cost of anger, I'm 72 years old and I find this class great. However, I'm embarrassed the way I got here. Past violence, none. Alternatives, I could have tried calling the police.
Okay, now we go to our formula, which is the contrasting wills of behavior, remember? And so that's what are the 2 pages for the contrasting wills of behavior? Take us there.
May I have the page number, please?
Contrasting wills of behavior,
Okay. Oh,
just hold on. It's, we're gonna go to page 10 and 11.
Okay, page 10 and 11.
Backwards.
Start with page 10. No, page 11 is a negative one. Page 11, we start with that one.
Yeah.
Just scroll up a little bit so they can see the whole thing. Page
Oh,
11. You passed it, did you? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so anyone, go first. And so the deal is, we're going through the control logs, which is what you're going to do for every single client. As a matter of fact, as just a reminder, once a person has enrolled, you let him or her have the client workbook, which of course they'll have to buy. And then you let them know that their first assignment is to fill out the log. And then that's what they read to the group, which is what I had just did a while ago, which is what Brother Raj just did. He read the log that man had filled out. So in the class itself, the person reads whatever it is that he or she has written, and then you say, okay, let's go to the contrasting wheels of behavior, and they're used to it. So they'll go immediately to the negative wheel, and then you do exactly what I'm doing now. Who would like to go first? Pick out any spoke that you want that is represented in the story that we just heard.
I'll go first. I'm picking rage because
Absolutely. And
yeah,
so
he was really
what
upset
is
during the window.
distinguishing now? No, what is distinguishing now between rage and anger? How does it move to rage for this guy?
When he busted the window?
Absolutely. If you're that mad and you're 72 years old and you smash someone on the window, that scares me.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Okay, somebody else. Pick another one.
Hostility.
Hostility. Okay. That's
And
good.
the way that he expressed hostility is when he approached the lady's car, and just the level of aggression, or, you know,
Anger.
yes, that he
Okay.
displayed was a
Okay.
representation of hostility.
Good. Someone else? The next one?
Intimidation.
Absolutely. I was scared when he told me. I could just imagine. And if you were to smash the window of Mr. Polk's
No,
Tell-
pick another car. That was too expensive. Pick the PT Cruiser.
Okay, just for that, pick us one out, Mr. Polk.
Yeah.
Pick us
Controlling.
out one. What do you see there?
Controlling.
Oh, okay, that's good. What else? Anybody
Control what
else?
he did.
Avoidance.
Yeah, what was he avoiding? He even told us, look at the story again. What did he say he should have done?
Call the police.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
But listen, he was in Beverly Hills. He didn't have to call the police. You go right back in the doctor's office and say, a car is blocking me. Can you have someone take care of it? Don't you know they would have done that? Or you go to the parking attendant and say, hey, this car is blocking me. You don't have to go to the police. But either way, he got the point. As a last resort, you call the police. So now we have rage, hostility, and controlling. What else do we have?
Intimidation.
Would be
Intimidation.
manipulation.
Intimidation. And what was the next one?
Manipulation.
Manipulation. How manipulation? And it's okay.
I was thinking on the ends of like, because he went and smashed the window, so it's kind of manipulating the situation of, like you said, he could have went inside and told the doctor's office, hey, could you get someone to move the car? But it's like taking the situation in his own hands by smashing the window and creating intimidation into the person's car he smashed.
Right. But just listening to us right now, can you see how everybody in the room is learning?
Yes.
And so it's
Yeah.
like, I asked this question yesterday, and I cannot believe that anyone could be in an anger management class for more than a week or two without learning something. Just can't be, unless you can't hear or see or your brain is dead.
Mm.
Anyway, now, did we cover everything that's on that wheel? Sometimes you're not able to get everything in there because it may not apply. For example, did we cover intimidation? I don't remember, but what about
When he
inattention?
smashed that window, he intimidated that person.
Right. Okay. Now, what about inattention? Had he thought
Yes.
about the consequences of what he was doing?
Right, he
No.
didn't.
He
He
didn't.
didn't, and he said, "I'm
Mhm.
embarrassed. I like this class, but I'm embarrassed the way I got here."
Mhm.
Okay. Now let's go to the negative wheel. Excuse me, the positive wheel. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Raj, when you get to be 85, you get so excited you make mistakes. But in any case,
I'll keep that in.
good.
Yeah.
What's
Another
that?
40. I'll keep that in mind. Another 40 years to go. So I'll wait. Wait to smash. I'll wait to feel like smashing the window when I'm 72 or 75, I guess. But I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay. Now, what could my brother have done here? And what is he going to do when he finishes my class?
He could have
When a
stated his
situation like
needs.
this occurred. Pardon?
He could have stated his needs.
Stating his need. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
excellent. And so
Mhm.
next, anyone?
He could express his feelings.
Absolutely. Good. Next.
Could have sought a compromise.
What good would expressing his feelings to the man do?
Huh?
A person.
Say that again.
He said he could express his feelings, express them to the person that was in the car that it wouldn't move.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can see it differently and still be expressing feelings. I
Well,
would
help me.
express my feelings to the garage attendant right there.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Thank you. You don't need to go any farther.
okay, or I would, if I went up to the doctor's office, I would express it to them. Gee, I can't believe this is happening here. Are you aware of what's happening in your parking lot? You don't want this. Anyway, what else do we have? Anyone? So far, we have stating needs, expressing feelings. What else do we have? Honest feedback and seeking compromise. I don't know if that has been said or not, but what about in terms of the style? Would you be assertive? For example, what he did was not assertive, it was aggressive, wasn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay. And so what else can we see? What about active listening? And so you have to expand it a little bit because the lady never said anything to him. She
Mhm.
closed the window. But you could think about it. What's the message to me? You figure it out to be whatever it is you want. What about
Mhm.
focus? So did he really focus on getting the car moved from behind him? Or
Mm-mm.
did his cognition block him from following sort of typical normal procedures? That's a long question.
He blocked him.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions regarding this particular example?
Mm.
Okay. Go to the next one, Raj. So it would be example number 4, and I'm still on page number 17.
Want me to read it?
No, it's okay, but I can read it because this is one of my second, this is my second favorite.
Mm.
That's
And
your
so this
second what?
is my second favorite.
Oh, okay.
And so
Okay.
this young lady, college student, and from the Philippines, and the situation.
Okay, is
My
this,
friend and I were at a club. The security guard got into an argument with my boyfriend, and he threw us out and began beating up my boyfriend. I was wearing heels, so I spiked the guard with my shoes. It turned out that he was an off-duty police officer who arrested me and gave me anger management, and I was given anger management and her beliefs. I thought the officer's action was wrong. He seemed too impressed with his power, feelings. I was furious, cost of anger. I got arrested. I had to hire a lawyer and attend this anger management class. Past violence, none. Alternatives, probably none. The best rest of the story is the lawyer cost $6,000. And even at $6,000, she still had to spend 6 months with me. So now go back to the contrasting wills of behavior. Let's see what we come up with. Raj?
Which one are we gonna do today? Negative first?
Negative.
yeah, I'm just bringing the wheel, one moment.
It's okay.
So what I'm trying to do is get both the wheels with the
Oh, that
example.
would be good.
Mm.
I like that. I wish you weren't so smart.
With the example listing, so I'm just trying to highlight that. I do have.
I'll lead off. The first one is rage.
Okay, I appreciate that. And next one? Anyone?
Hostility will work too.
Okay, that's two.
Rage.
Yeah, we got that one.
Controlling.
Yeah, so that's three.
Interrupting,
How so? Yes.
because she was trying to interrupt him from beating up on her boyfriend.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Intimidation.
Yeah. Okay. So now we have what? Hostility, rage, intimidation, and what was the next one?
Controlling.
Controlling
He wanted
and
to control the police action. Yeah, he was a policeman. Control his action.
okay. Anything else, anyone?
Inattention.
Yeah. Let's deal with this inattention again. I explain inattention as not thinking about the consequences of what any action that you may have. You don't have to define it that way. Is there someone else who would define it in a way that may be simpler or just different? Lynn?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Anderson. I'm lost a little bit. I'm trying to catch up because this print is so small on the screen. I'm trying to find it in my book.
Oh, well, I don't know what we can do.
I think not thinking is really a good one because you didn't think what the outcome gonna be of your action.
Okay. Okay. Okay, then, so let's move into the positive wheel.
Chasm.
I'm sorry? Positive wheel?
She could express her feelings to a police officer.
Express her feelings to the police officer. How might that have gone? And I agree.
I think if
Officer.
she wouldn't have went to jail if she wouldn't have attacked him.
Oh, yeah, I agree, you're right. I like that. So,
Seeking compromise.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
a
could you
very good
just,
one. Yes.
okay,
Could have been assertive in her words to ask to stop
yeah,
instead of going physical.
yeah. So now we have assertiveness, stating needs, seeking compromise. And what else?
You could use expressing her feelings too.
Yeah, okay. And so how about active listening, focusing, or rephrasing? Can we see either of those?
Yes, focusing.
Okay. And what about active listening?
Definitely active listening.
Okay. And so that rephrasing may or may not apply, but what are your thoughts? Anybody?
Well, actually, she didn't have anything to rephrase. Hers was action.
Right, right.
Right.
But that's what I said a while ago. It's not everything that will come out in every example. And so that you never know what the other person or the members of the group will come up with. So at least they have a chance, because you can still see that even if everything doesn't come up, do you think that they would learn something about each entry every time it's presented?
I think so. I did.
I think so. I do. Yeah,
I might not be a good judge, though.
yeah. Okay. And so we did number 5 yesterday. That was my girlfriend. That's the lady who was jaywalking in downtown LA. And we're now on
Number 6.
example number 6, right?
Okay.
This is really different because it occurred at the time that we had the attack in New York. Remember when they flew the plane to the yeah. Well, this was after that, and so that who would like to take this, and who want to volunteer? Somebody volunteer quickly.
I'll do it. I'm an attorney. I work for the government. I'm also an artist. I drew a picture about people jumping out of high-rise buildings. And one of my colleagues thought that it was making light of 9/11. So she filed a complaint. And I was shafted. I don't have any problem with anger, but I'm a practical joker, and I guess people don't like that.
For all of you, don't you agree that this is pretty odd? That you arrest a person and charge him for something like that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, now, and this is what came up. The members of the group asked me, why did not I intervene with the court and tell them that I didn't think that he should be there?
Mhm.
So I ask all of you, should I have been involved in that in any way like that? You don't have to know the answer, we're just chatting.
I don't think so.
I don't
Yeah.
think so. And so I said, no,
No.
not a part of the system at all. And so that I don't take a position. You're coming, you asked to be admitted, you're admitted, and I'm going to teach you whatever it is that I can. And if you have a problem, he's an attorney, he knows more than I do for sure. Let him decide what he does, not me. But anyway, that's the story. So back again to the contrasting wheels of behavior, and we start again with the negative wheel. Let's see what we can do. The other thing that I haven't said is that at any point during your classes, you can say, this may be a good time for us to review the contrasting wheels of behavior again. It's like it's entirely up to you, the facilitator, in terms of what you do at each of the sessions. It's not someone external, and there are no rigid rules that have to be followed. As long as you're sticking with the content that's in the client workbook. So you don't want to deal with things that are totally unrelated. So again, going to take a look at the contrasting wheels of behavior. So that come up in a minute.
I'd say avoidance.
Okay. And so what was being avoided? I like that.
The seriousness of the entire situation, the trauma.
Based on the time in the world that it occurred.
Yeah, and how pretty much the entire world was traumatized at that minute.
That's right. I like that. Okay. Someone else?
I would say
Great.
interpreting.
Interrupting.
'Cause
Okay. And so what was being interrupted or how? And it's okay.
it's just his interrupting the work environment.
Okay. Okay. See, I didn't know. But we again can learn how things are perceived by others by giving them an opportunity to share.
Yeah.
So what else do we have?
Manipulation.
Yeah, he said to us, he gave us a clue. I am also a
Artist. Yes. Artist.
artist and a practical joker.
And a
something like that.
practical joke.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so, okay. And so he says, this was just a joke that went bad.
But I
Okay.
go back to that 9/11 was something that we don't believe you should joke about.
Okay. Okay.
All the people who lost their lives,
Yeah.
damage that was done behind that. I don't think
Yeah.
that's a joking matter to me.
Okay. So back to red wheel. What else do we see? What is that what has not been covered so far?
Inattention.
Inattention for sure.
He didn't,
That
he
was probably one of the
wasn't
biggest ones.
aware of the consequences. He didn't think
Yeah,
about the consequences.
right. Okay. So that's right. Yeah, let's move to the positive wheel. What might this person have considered before his joke on that wheel? Positive wheel. Anyone?
Focusing.
Focusing again on the climate of the world, I assume.
Paying attention.
Yeah, and so that think of active listening as not
That's what I was
something
gonna say.
necessarily that's concrete, but just being consciously aware of how sensitive this thing is. And
Mhm.
knowing, no, I don't want to get involved in that.
Mhm.
Okay, maybe that's as far as we can go on that one. And so that let's go to the next one. I don't know which number it is.
7.
Seven.
7. Well, we're going faster than we thought, than I thought we would be, because I thought we
Well, this is fun. We like this.
What's that?
This is
I
Say
like
fun.
it
We
again.
like this.
Say it again. I didn't hear it.
This is fun. We like this.
Oh my goodness. Well, what do you think I feel? Okay. This is really interesting to me. Number 7
Oh, Lord.
is a student from Santa Monica College.
Mm.
And I don't remember which country he came from, but it was he was basically a Muslim, and so he was one of the Arab countries. He says, my dad and I were having an argument, which was pretty loud. The neighbors called the police. They got to the house and asked me to step outside. I refused. That's what happened. Belief. I did not do anything wrong. They shouldn't have asked me to step out of the house. Police abusing their authority is usual. That's what he said. Feeling angry, cost of anger. I was tasered and charged with resisting arrest. Past violence, nothing serious, fights in school when I was younger. Alternative, followed police directions. This is what he should have done. They did not know what was going on. Now, let's enjoy that one. Contrasting rules of behavior again.
We definitely have inattention.
Say it again.
We definitely have inattention because he should have known when he
Absolutely.
refused to do what that officer often to do, he had a problem.
Yeah.
Hostility.
Yeah.
And avoidance.
I like that. You guys are doing good because I don't even see it up yet.
Oh, we got it in the book.
Good. So you're smart. You guys stick with the book. That's fine. That's the easiest way. Keep going. Anything else?
Rage.
Yeah.
I think we can use controlling too, because he wanted to control the officer, tell him to step outside. He wanted to control where the action was going to take place.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. And so that again, on the positive wheel.
Speaking kind, he could have look for another compromise.
Yeah, at the very beginning, he could have asked the officer,
Why?
can you let me share with you what is happening first, or something like that? And so what else is on that wheel?
Focusing.
Yeah,
Expressing feelings.
good. Is that it?
How about assertiveness?
Assertiveness, in my opinion, is a complete way, total way of communicating, even if it's non-verbal, is that you behave in a certain way. This sounds crazy. Raj will find it probably amusing, but when my kids were small, I used to take either one of the boys with me different places that I'm shopping, for example, at Staples, which is for office supplies. And I would get up to the counter after I bought whatever I want. And I says, could I speak with the manager just for a minute, please? And they would get the manager, and I said, I hate to bother you. I said, but you know, I shop here all the time. I said, could you just give me a little discount? And I used to get discounts on everything. Meredith, have you ever heard of anything like that? I was teaching my kids.
No,
If you're assertive, wait a minute. If you're assertive, you can't tell what you're going to get is worth a try. I didn't even give a shit what I got to do. Discount or not. Just give me 5% anything. It just makes me feel good. And I let them know. I want my kids to know that if you ask for things, sometimes you can get them. And they usually will laugh at me and give me a discount. Okay, what do you guys think about my uniqueness or craziness?
No, that's very good because, you know, there's a lot of places that give seniors discount, but you got to ask for it.
Yeah, I forgot.
Denny's is one.
I was standing in line. I was standing in line at some place that gives discounts on hamburgers. It wasn't McDonald's. And the lady behind
They have a
me.
discount too.
Okay, but the lady behind me, not me, she said, oh, sir, she said, you're a senior, you can ask a discount. You can get a discount. And I said, I didn't know that. I forgot that I was a senior. I didn't know that. But in any case.
You don't have to be a senior to get a discount.
Who's that?
Andre, I get discounts all the time.
Really?
Yes, because I like you. I ask or I'm nice to people and they
See
just want to
there?
do stuff for me. I have a lot of events and
You are-
everybody that I invite, I tell them nicely that they're going to be there and they come. And plus I'm a chef, so they come for the food too. So
Yeah. Well, you and I are gonna have to work together because I like this. And Ryan is making a note of it, so we won't forget it. Plus, it's going to be all on the video.
Yeah.
Okay, that completes what I had regarding the book with at least what I thought would work, but it didn't. But at least it was a start. So is there any particular section of the book or any of these lessons that you would like for me to go through? If not, what I thought we would do is try going through part 1, which has to do with communication. What thoughts do you have, Raj, or anyone?
Okay, the part 1 communication skills. I mean, just going through the outline, but let me just bring communication skills on the screen, and I'll just go through the outline. And as per the outline, let me see if there's anything which needs to be covered. Mia Jones, do you want anything else up here before we begin with communication skills?
Well, any
No.
comments? Go ahead.
Oh, no. And it's Maya. Sorry, I know it's spelled differently.
Maya, okay, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Try and pronounce Maya, okay. Maya Jones, so Alanda Riggs, anybody, Lakshmi Zina Lau, you have any comments? Lane?
No,
Not right now, I don't.
yeah.
Well, a question that I have is for Mr. Polk.
Yes,
You
sir.
said this is fun, and I'd like to know what makes it that particular exercise or the ones that we were doing fun.
It's the interactive between all the members, plus you're
Oh.
learning. And you get a
Oh.
different view. It's set a different way by different members of that's in the different students.
Mhm.
And sooner or later, somebody gonna hit up on a way that you understand.
Wow. I appreciate this. Well, let me tell you what. So turn to page number 19, and I'll go through this and see how it works, because I'm going to pretend that I'm one of you and I'm new to the whole thing, and I'm just trying to see how each thing works. So we start off with what is communication, and so Mr. Polk is going to read what that is. In fact, he's going to read the whole page 19.
Oh, I am. Okay. You ready?
Yep.
What is communication? Communication is defined at its root. Communication is about clear and respectful articulating our needs and care enough to listen to and understand the needs of others. Just as stress underlies all anger, stress is also underlying most communication, whether it's internal dialogue we have with ourselves or interaction we have with others. Without good communication skills, we cannot have a healthy or productive relationship with ourselves or others. Keep
One
going.
of the things I'd like to, interrupt with you. If you listen at this very carefully, all I'm doing is putting emotional intelligence in action. And so that the most important skills in emotional intelligence is self-awareness. And so that's what we're saying here, clearly articulating our needs and caring enough to listen to and understand the needs of others. So that's second step, self-awareness. Social awareness. Social awareness is the awareness of others. And then you want self-control, relationship management, empathy, and so on. So it's right there. If you apply these in your communication, you'll get an answer yes to many of the things that you request, based on how you make the listener, the person on the other side, feel and his or her interaction with you. I tease all the time about what a nice person that I am, but that's what I've been trying to do for years, be a nice person. And so that example, when I took my assessment, the same ones that we had talked about yesterday, the score was high. And so the guy who gave me the response, my training was in, I think, Virginia. And the guy said, I've never seen anything like this. And I said, do you know what I do? And he says, no. And I told him. And I said, have you ever worked with anyone as old as I am? And he said, no. And I said, I think that's the issue. I said, you learn a lot just by being alive, I hope. But in any case, back to good communication requires 2 sets of skills. Back to Mr. Pope. Take me through the balance of that page.
Okay. Good communication requires 2 sets of abilities. The ability to hear the other person, receiving, which is active listening, the ability to articulate messages accurately, sending, speaking clearly. One of the primary goals of gaining control of ourselves is to learn, to develop, and master the skill of assertive communication.
Is that realistic?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, very.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
You
one
think
once
that
told
we
me,
could do that?
when you get good, you can tell a man to go to hell, and he'll be looking forward.
But I always smile and I speak softly sometimes. Keep going.
Good communication skills take patience and time to acquire. We encourage participants to use all of their newly learned skills in developing positive, healthy relationships.
Okay. So what do you think about that one page, Mr. Polk? Did you learn anything at all?
Yeah. Of course. One, something I already knew, I've been told before. You gotta think about how you tell somebody something.
Okay.
The other thing is, the first thing you gotta do is listen to that other person. Someone taught me, if you can regurgitate it right back to him, you'll make a hit with it.
Okay. Okay. And so that I want someone to take the next page, improving communication with others. Let's see what we can do with that.
Mr. Anderson, I think it's break time.
Oh, no, it's your fault. It's not mine. Let's take a break. Rod, take the break. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll just hit the timer. So it's like, again, the stress, the internal dialogue, when do I get a break, is something which is going on. So let me hit the music.
It's not 9 o'clock.
Don't get me some coffee.
Okay, that would be 10 minutes from now.
It's not even 9 o'clock.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, we are back. So we'll just wait for a couple of seconds. I guess everybody could be here. So before we hop in with a couple of other examples, just wanted to check if you are also walking the participants with the private practice, establishing the private practice as per the day 2 outline.
Yeah, I would like to do that, but I don't think it's going to take as long a long time. And so I was thinking that maybe we could do that in the afternoon at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm
So,
open. What are your thoughts?
yeah, probably I'll take a word from the participants, because establishing a private anger management private practice is something which everybody could be looking forward to, with the proposals, reports, and the marketing strategies which are in there. So yeah, that's a good idea post lunch, so that everybody stays glued to what can be waiting post lunch. So we'll go with the flow, or we'll talk to Lynn and everybody else.
Okay.
Any comments before we begin the session?
Well, I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciate the way you structured everything. And so I also like the idea that they're going to have a copy of the recordings, because I think that's extremely both unusual and valuable. Because definitely they will be able to review as frequently as they need and look at things from a different perspective as they move along. So the learning then becomes continuous. So I'm really excited that we've introduced that. As a matter of fact, going forward, I would like to include that in the announcements, the marketing that we do in advance. I also would like to spend as much time as we can regarding LinkedIn. And you sent them something regarding LinkedIn, right?
LinkedIn groups, I'm yet to send them, because I did send them the Gaining Control series, the recordings. I'm yet to send them an email with the LinkedIn groups, which would be an activity also for almost all of them once we finish the LinkedIn session, is what I thought. Because again, Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening, everybody would prep themselves to work on their the LinkedIn profiles or marketing themselves through LinkedIn. So I thought probably after this session, and I just wanted to highlight the fact that the email which had been sent out to everybody, the Gaining Control series, though we did go through only 1, 2, 3, it has got lots of other videos in there. Which
Let me interrupt you, because that's one of the things that would be useful to me is I would like to do more of them. Does it have the title for each one? Like, what's the title for number 6, 5, and 6?
There's no title, as in only
If you have 5 to
the only way I get to know the title is by playing the video. So
Okay, then don't do that. Don't do that right now. But what I would like to do, that would be enormously useful. As soon as I cover this part on communication, I would like to go, like that's 5, stress management. I would like to go. Did we watch this yesterday, stress management?
No.
That's right, because that's what I would like to do, is watch from 5 through 8 or something like that, 5 through 9. That's what I like to do, 5 through 9, as soon as I finish this one.
Okay.
Because to be honest with you, that's the most powerful thing we have in terms of videos, in my opinion.
I guess we didn't work on the 4 too, but let me just check the title. Okay, the 4 is also stress management. Did anybody get to have a glimpse of the video links which had been mailed out, mainly the anger management series and the EI series? Even the anger management, I was the session 1 is something which we already worked on. And there is also a mood meter for families. That's another one. And I was very happy to see the different role plays on emotional intelligence, the office, parking space, the phone call. These were.
That I'm so happy, because that was really what I wanted. And so that you tell me now, should I do that? Should we just do that now?
Yeah,
Go through, I would like that. Just do as many as you can between now and noon. And in the afternoon, as I said, we'll be on marketing and LinkedIn.
yeah, these 5 examples were very interesting. So I just wanted to check, did anybody get to go through those 5 videos on emotional intelligence? Lynn, Zena Love, Maya Jones, and Alenda Ricks. Is a park. Oh, okay. It's a
No. I don't know why you keep me on the back burner, but I don't remember getting the links to the videos.
Oh, if you could check the email.
I'm checking it right now.
Oh, okay.
Then, yeah, I got them.
Let's go through them now so that this is really good.
Okay, so let me play these. These are quick examples which I wanted all the participants to keep an eye, because this is very interesting as well. I did learn when I was like, okay, which ones to be sent as part of the assignment or as part of the learnings. I thought, let's go through them.
I'm George Anderson, the director of Anderson & Anderson. We specialize in anger management and executive coaching. The scenes which you are about to observe are anchors of the Anderson & Anderson model of anger management. They dramatize the things that are essential in creating emotional intelligence. The 4 areas that you will notice are related to styles of communication, emotional intelligence, anger management, and stress management.
Hi, I'm Dr. Faison Wood. The Anderson & Anderson Anger Management Program is designed to help individuals focus on and practice the skills that lead to positive, healthy interpersonal relationships. The contrasting wheels of behavior are the tools that anchor the 4 skill areas of the Anderson & Anderson model. The 4 components, which are the core competencies needed to effectively control our feelings and behaviors, are communication, anger management, stress management, and emotional intelligence. The behaviors indicated on the negative or destructive wheel are often the same behaviors that bring people to anger management groups in the first place. The wheel provides a quick reference for recognizing the styles of behaving and speaking and the habit patterns that make healthy relationships difficult to maintain. The behaviors listed on the positive or constructive wheel represent ways of relating that can initiate and facilitate positive, healthy interpersonal interactions. The vignettes on this DVD portray everyday situations that create the kind of stress and frustration that lead us to respond in ways that close down effective communication rather than to facilitate more positive outcomes. After viewing each scene, stop the DVD and classify the behaviors you've seen, both positive and negative, according to those listed on the contrasting wheels. Be sure to discuss the specific behaviors you noticed and why you chose to identify it the way that you did.
Hey, Gene, in case you didn't get that email for it I sent you, I printed it out for you. Check that
Yeah,
out.
thanks, Stanley. I did actually get it. I wanted to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you know that it's not my kind of, it's not my kind of humor.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's something that I actually find offensive.
It's funny.
I find it offensive, and I need you to understand that I need to be taken off the email forward list.
Fine. I'll do it, okay? What is this?
It's a calculator.
It's solar powered.
Right.
What are we in 7th grade? This can't do any of the mathematical functions we need here at the office. I want you to get a graphing calculator. I need you to get a TI-83, all right?
Right.
For those presentations on Friday. This isn't going to cut it, all right?
Okay, I'll do that. I just want to keep this
No,
conversation right now.
that's past. That's done. I'll take you off the email list, and you won't get to enjoy our little in-jokes here at the office. You'll just do serious work. So if you go ahead and get a TI-83, that's fine, okay? All right?
All right, well, just take me off the email forward, Stanley. I appreciate it.
No.
Oh, God, man.
So comments, please, with the example.
Yeah, what was the style of communication first? The 4 styles of communication: passive, aggressive, passive-aggressive, and assertive.
Aggressive. He was
Say
very
it again.
aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Go back into the video.
Yeah, I guess Lakshmi or Zinala got something to say.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I want to keep laughing because I kind of relate to that.
Ah.
I had a similar situation like that happen to me where I said something. It was probably about like 15 years ago. Said something to my supervisor, and next thing I know, pardon my French, my life was hell. So
That's corporate America, huh?
yes,
Lord.
that now you see why I am no longer part of corporate America.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Yeah, it was kind of like passive aggressive. You know, it started off with the immediate pushback, and then after a while, it was little things that the tone wasn't so aggressive, but you could tell the undertone.
What you've identified is very, very important. The styles of communication can change in the course of interaction. That's what you just said. So it moved from passive aggressive to aggressive is what you said. And I agree with you.
Well, I guess
Did
maybe
you make a
the
comment?
reverse.
Okay, Alonda? Okay.
Yeah, like she was saying, the style of communication can move because he did move from passive to aggressive, but it got real hostile toward the end.
Okay.
So I identified that.
Okay, you see, again, if you think about it, if you wanted to, you could use the wheels too, right? Right now, you can use whatever you want because everything's in the same places in one book. So this is instructive. Okay, back to Raj.
Can I help you?
Yes. I've been sitting there in a car for 10 minutes waiting for this spot. The car pulls out, you pull in out of nowhere.
Sir, I'm sorry.
This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, sir, please. I understand why you're upset. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
I didn't see you. I will move my car. You can have this spot, okay?
Okay, can you move your car, please?
I will do that right now.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you see something very unique in this one? And what was it?
The fact that they both were communicating their styles of communication in form, they seem to be cordial. Although he was angry, the guy was angry. You can tell that he was angry. However, the other guy, they communicated and he was listening to the young man. And so all of the things that were applicable to both the wheels, they were utilized in terms of.
Incredible, because the person who was parked used assertive communication to diffuse the anger in the other party.
Right.
And you said it worked.
Yes, it worked. It was very effective.
Could have went way wrong.
Yeah, I would say that the driver used a strength in his emotional intelligence to exercise a skill to de-escalate the situation.
Right.
So
absolutely.
Would not,
And I would
try or go to another level.
And
He
I
was
would
very
agree with
focused.
him. He never raised his voice.
His voice. He was very tactful in what he did, very assertive.
I would also say, I think a lot of times because he also acknowledged his wrong and apologized, that can make a world of a difference, because I think the man was already at 10 and he was ready to go up one more notch. But again, by him apologizing and acknowledging his wrong, and then, you know, saying that, hey, I'll move my vehicle for you. So, you know, I think it was his level of emotional intelligence that he used that caused that.
And the fact that he actually,
Okay. And so remember, this is just a tiny little video. And this is one that was made for me. All those are students at USC film department. Cost me zero, nothing. Anyway, go to the next part of it, Raj.
And I'm sorry, Andrea was saying something as well.
Oh, go ahead, Andrea.
I was saying the fact that he actually moved his vehicle showed a lot about his emotional intelligence, because he was already in a spot. He could have, you know, still apologized and said, I didn't see you, got out of his car and said, well, you know, I'm going to stay here and park. But he actually, you know, I apologize. And he did move his vehicle. So that showed a lot about him and his character.
Wow. And so that you think that people in your group could actually learn from stuff like this?
Of course.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to be a big person. Sometimes.
I forgot to tell you guys, I was supposed to wait until later. But when you start making a lot of money, and Raj likes this too, I think, you're going to go to the bank and open a bank account. It's called the Anderson and Anderson Anti-Poverty Fund. You put the money in there for us. Okay, come on, Raj, back.
Got a loan fund in there?
No, of course not. Okay, good. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Okay, bye.
Who was that?
Brian?
Brian, your ex-boyfriend, Brian.
Yes, my ex-boyfriend.
What was Brian doing calling here?
Brian just called to say hi and tell me that he got a promotion at work. I was being supportive.
He doesn't have people in his life you can tell about that crap?
Yes, he does, but I happened to care.
Do I call my ex-girlfriends and tell them that I got promotions at work? You think this is an appropriate topic?
I don't feel that I would mind if you called your ex-girlfriend.
Well, I mind.
I can understand why you're upset. We did used to date, but we don't
Exactly.
anymore.
How do I know you don't still have feelings for him?
I don't still have feelings for him. Trust me. I love you.
Well, you better be careful what you're saying to other men, or I don't even know. Things, just be careful.
Yeah, should we wait for anybody's comments, Mr. Anderson, on this example?
Exactly, sure. I want them to comment on everything if they will.
Yeah, Lynn, over to you.
First of all, let's start off with this insecurity. How about that? No, he was kind of aggressive. Aggressive.
Or would it be passive aggressive?
He was passive aggressive.
I just said he was aggressive. I said right. I did say passive aggressive at the end. I would also say, I don't know, it was a little intimidating. The comment.
Yes, he threatened me.
Yeah, he was.
He was intimidating. And I'll let some of the other participants mention a few other things, but I can go on and on. He had a whole lot of red flags on that negative wheel going on.
He was manipulative.
But in reality, though, when you're doing your group, don't stop with a few. Do everything. The idea is make every comment have a maximum amount of impact while it's in the mood, if I can say that.
Yes.
Keep going. Go ahead.
Andrea said manipulative. I don't know if you can hear her. Her microphone is echoing, so she's using mine.
Very manipulative, and that he's gonna call his other girlfriends and, you know, and tell him I got a promotion. Does him that he got a promotion? Like, yeah, just it would have been over for me. But
He was also controlling, like, you better or you better not be calling him, or, you know, because I don't call my girlfriend. So he was very controlling in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
But from
And
this
what
vantage
Also
point, I
trying
can
to
see,
intimidate her.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Pope.
Also in
No,
trying
yeah, I
to
was just saying.
intimidate her. By his
One more
comments,
time,
he
Mr.
was
Pope.
trying to intimidate her.
Yeah. Okay, and someone else made a comment.
Yeah, I was just adding to the manipulation part. It was also when he was saying like, do I do this? Like, so it's like, if I'm not doing this, you shouldn't either, with like the controlling aspect. And I think rephrasing definitely would have helped him.
Right.
That's why I agree with the passive aggressive comment, because he wasn't really saying what was truly bothering him in the manipulative way of like, it was the passive aggressive, the undertones of like, instead of expressing, maybe this makes me uncomfortable, this is a boundary, you're making it more so about, why are you talking to your boyfriend? You shouldn't be talking to your ex-boyfriend. And if you keep doing it, you're going to see what happens. So I thought it was like more passive aggressive, because he wasn't really asserting his true like issue with the phone call.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Go back to the balance of it, Raj.
Okay, there we go. So the next one.
John, turn it off, please. Turn it off.
Okay, I will. I probably let me just listen to this last song. I'm just gonna listen to this last one.
John, I said now. I'm tired. I've been driving on the 405. I've got these bills to pay, your bills to pay. Turn it off now.
Okay, I will. Please, this is. I just got the CD and I'm like 20 seconds away from the end.
Turn it off now.
That's a good one.
What makes it good?
It's reality. Father and son situation. He was aggressive.
Ooh-wee.
He had to get his point across, and he was determined that he was going to win.
And he did.
Father. He did.
More comments, questions?
Very much in control. He was very controlling in his requesting him to turn it down, turn his music down.
Intimidating.
So, okay. Style of communication from the father was what?
Aggressive.
Absolutely. Style of communication from the son.
Aggressive.
Passive aggressive.
Ah, okay. And so again, this little video for years we sold for $250. And again, it was made by SC, and they were happy because the student got credit for it. And I also gave them money to do it. That was no fees associated. But in any case, if you're doing something that is useful, there are many opportunities that will come to you. You just have to keep that in mind if it's generally known to the public. The reason SC contacted us is that they had seen me. I had been on what used to be KCET, was a public station in Los Angeles. And I was on for, I think, 90 minutes. And it was on, it's called Common Emotional Problems of Childhood. And so the resident, who was one of my students, interviewed a patient, and then she shared with the audience the results, what her diagnosis was, and then I was in discussion, essentially. And so that they had seen that, and that introduced them to what I did, and they called and said, hey, look, are there any situations in which we can make videos for you at no cost as a student project, and so on. In any case, so now back to Raj, I'd like to go to gaining control, and let's start at the ones that you think we missed and go for them one at a time.
Okay, so let me share my screen. So gaining control.
Lesson 4, Stress Management. Overview. Stress and its effects. Stressors and how to identify them. Negative self-talk and its effects. How to develop positive self-talk. Overcoming stress. Vocabulary. Stress, a mismatch between the demands in our lives and the resources we have to deal with those demands. Stressor, a situation or event that triggers stress when we interpret it as stressful. Self-talk, inner conversations and commentary we have with ourselves as we go about our day. Affirmations, positive statements that empower us by reframing our thinking. Stress management. What is stress? Stress is a mismatch between the demands made on us and our ability to meet those demands. Stress is an unwanted response that is felt when our minds cannot deal with a challenge. Some effects of stress. Job problems, school problems, uneasiness about the future, problems with family or friends, bad habits, sleeplessness, sadness or gloom, fatigue, headaches, chest pains, heartburn, changes in eating habits, weight loss or gain, use of alcohol or drugs, serious diseases. What is a stressor? A stressor is an event, situation or thought that we allow to cause us stress. Our reactions to stress are controlled by our minds. We may not be able to control the stressor, but we can control our minds. We can learn to deal with the stressors. We can use the stress in our lives rather than being helplessly controlled by it. List of stressors. Check each stressor that you notice in your life. Checking time often, eating and or moving very fast, rushing to places when there is no need, standing in lines, walking fast even though you are not in a hurry, trying to do everything perfectly, not getting along with others, getting angry when someone says you did something wrong, always trying to beat others, not getting things done on time, worrying about things. Identifying stressors exercise. Following is a list of common stresses. You will see some of them as big stress in your life. Others will be less important to you. Place a 1, 2, or 3 next to the stressors that affect you in one way or another. If a stressor does not affect you at all, leave it blank. Think about other stressors not listed and rank them the same way. After ranking all the stressors, choose the 3 most powerful stressors in your life. You'll use these 3 stresses in your first stress management plan. Stressors: school, family, work related. Unable to express angry feelings, exhaustion or fatigue. Family, school, difficulty with time management, losing, being cut off in traffic, too much responsibility and too little control over events. Anger about things over which you have no control. Loneliness or isolating yourself from others. Never getting a fair share. Overwhelmed because so many exciting things are happening to you. Short of money. Feeling helpless or hopeless. Too many assignments to complete. Pressures to do things you feel you're unable to do. Destructive thinking and negative self-talk. It is negative self-talk which determines how we react to a situation. Experts say that we have about 60,000 thoughts each day. 90% of these thoughts are the same ones we had the day before. We can be aware of these thoughts, but we usually tend not to give them much attention. These negative thoughts are so successful at causing stress because we usually don't notice them. Worry. Our negative thoughts about stressors often manifest as worry. Worrying is about as effective as trying to solve an algebra equation by chewing bubblegum. Examples of negative self-talk. Asking for help is a sign of weakness. My future is determined by my past. I have no control over my own happiness. It's better to avoid problems than to face them. If I'm not perfect, I'm no good at all. If I try hard enough, people will like me. Negative self-talk. 9 categories. Number 1, digital thinking. You see things as black or white. A situation is either a 1 or a 0 with no in-between value, either good or bad, black or white, hot or cold. This destructive belief leads to self-talk such as, if I'm not perfect, then I'm a complete failure. Number 2, hot stove thinking. You make your mind up about something based on a single event. Such a destructive belief can be valuable the first time you touch a hot stove. You quickly learn never to touch one again. But most events in life are not hot stoves, and it becomes destructive or harmful to assume that what has happened in the past will always happen again. Number 3, telepathic thinking. You believe you can read other people's minds. You assume you know what they are thinking and how they feel about you. Number 4, Chicken Little thinking. You make the importance of an event larger than it really is, seeing disaster where there is none. Chicken Little is a folktale character who, when hit with a drop of rain, jumps to the conclusion that the whole sky is about to fall. 5, center of the universe thinking. You feel everyone else's behavior is a reaction to you, and you always compare yourself to others. 6, control myopia. You are not able to tell the difference between things you can and cannot control. Among the things you can control, you cannot tell the difference between those which are important and those which can be ignored. Number 7, finger pointing. You feel a bad event is always someone's fault, often your own. You look only at punishing the people who did wrong and lose sight of solving the problem. Number 8, hall monitor mindset. You feel there is a code of behavior that must be followed by you and others. You feel bad when the rules aren't followed and see the injustice of it all when you should be thinking of problem solving. Number 9, emote controlled thinking. You think your feelings are known to everyone. You believe that if you feel a certain way, then the facts of the situation must be in line with that feeling. Analyze your destructive thinking. Look at the types of stress you have in your life and determine which of the following may apply. Digital thinking, hot stove thinking, telepathic thinking, chicken little thinking, center of the universe thinking, control myopia, finger pointing thinking, hall monitor mindset, emote controlled thinking. How to conquer stress.
Should we continue, Ms. Anderson, because this negative self-talk 9 categories and participants' experience also can be put in, because those 9 categories would also reflect in me in the past. Probably we'll take it from everybody, or I just wanted to hear your comment.
I would rather have advice for you because I don't remember how long it will take, but I want them to really have as much information as possible. So how long do you think the balance of just this section will take?
Yeah, this is like another 3 minutes.
Yeah, take it, do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
The best ways to handle stress: use 4 tools. Number 1, affirmative or positive thinking. Number 2, taking charge of your thinking. Number 3, relaxing or letting go of worry or pressure. Number 4, taking care of your body. Replacing a harmful belief with an affirmative or positive one can be done by following a 3-step process. Keep in mind that changing a habit takes a lot of work. In order to unlearn a harmful belief and replace it with an affirmative one, you must be willing to work toward a goal every day for several weeks. Once you make this commitment or promise to yourself, your chances of success increase greatly. 3-step process. Affirmative thinking. Number 1, listen. Pay attention to your unwanted stress reactions. Number 2, analyze. Are the messages your mind is giving you really true? What's the tone of the self-talk? Is it mostly negative? If so, what type of harmful belief does it represent? Here we see examples of digital thinking, hot stove thinking, chicken little thinking, and control myopia, among others. Number 3, replace. Replace negative self-talk with positive self-talk based on affirmative beliefs. By making a new habit of affirmative thinking and positive self-talk, you will be able to control your unwanted reactions to stress. Affirmations to manage stress. I control my emotions. I get rid of all tensions. I take charge of my life. I can deal with stress. I let go and have fun every day. I have time to do my work every day. My life is great just the way it is. I am excited about my life. Summary. Stress is a mismatch between the demands made on us and our ability to meet those demands. A stressor is an event, situation, or thought that we allow to cause us stress. Our negative thoughts about stressors often manifest as worry. Replace harmful beliefs with affirmative or positive ones. Overcoming stress by listening to your self-talk, analyzing the messages you give yourself, and replacing the harmful ones with affirmations. For further information, why not try some of these resources?
Okay, we can stop and let them discuss it now.
Yeah.
And
now-
so what are your views, anyone, regarding this particular one?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think it was too.
okay, probably, okay, we'll wait for Leandria to share her comments as well. I did receive the feedback, but I'll wait until they speak for itself. So probably this particular video series, probably the gaining control, the stress. I guess this is part of the negative self-talk, which is going within me as well. I could, in the last couple of minutes, or probably in the last 5 to 7 minutes, I could see that could reflect in my own internal dialogue, whether the negative self-talk, probably the chicken little myopia or the other parts of it, I could see that practically within myself. Are the participants liking this? Are the participants enjoying this? Are they learning anything of this? So I'll hand it over to Mr. Park or Leandria. Please go ahead. Comments on the previous video, please.
Yeah, I think that it was a bit much. It was really long, and I just like stopped paying attention. So it really wasn't, it's just long, and I was bored.
Okay, so if you were using it, you would want to stop it, which you could do at any point you wanted to.
Yeah, just break it up in increments for they can get it, and then having the participation, because I know a lot of time working with people, I work right now with adults and even with children, the attention span is not that long. So just stop like before when we're more interactive with different pieces and we all read, from the book or the screen, it was more interactive. And I just think people like kind of learn better from having different perspectives or different opinions, and just listen to somebody for 10 minutes, drag, everything through. It's so much information to take in all at once.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. And most of my material, by the way, if not all of it, is designed for adolescents and adults. So there are two separate books. Gaining Control of Ourselves that we're working with now is really just for adults. The one for adolescents is called Controlling Ourselves. So it was never designed for children. The book by my son is for children, but it's for children who are on the spectrum, which means that they are autistic.
Yeah, I used to work with, I used to be work in schools with children that was artistic and things like that. I was a behavior management specialist. So I did that as well. So I did go through the material last night and read about the two different books that you have. I really love how you put everything together, and then reading it is so easy, and I appreciate that. So everybody can understand. So that's really great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you did a lot of great things with all the material that you have. And I appreciate it, because sometimes I have stuff and I'll be like, well, this is too much for some people, may stumble over words, but you made it easy to read and easy to understand. So I appreciate that about your material.
Oh, this is a good day for me. Thank you so much.
And And another great idea which I got, Mr. Anderson, I'll take a moment, probably 10, 15 seconds. Another great idea which I got from Andrea Lee's feedback is that I'll work on these 10-minute video series. Probably I'll create 1-minute shorts based upon the content. That's too much of information to digest or to imbibe, because almost all the videos are 10 minutes each. But I'll create shorts, be it YouTube shorts or LinkedIn shorts, less than a minute from those content, which will be awesome. And we can learn, because people learn in short segments as the feedback is shared. So I completely agree, 100% agree. And the voiceover really do apply to the current generation with almost all of us on social media as well. So probably it was testing my stress, my anger management. So thank you, Andrea Lee, for the feedback.
You're welcome. And it shows too, like I do a lot of social media marketing, and more views from like 1 or 2 minute shorts. When I do something 5 minutes or longer, I don't get that many views, because people, they just look at it and be like, oh, I'm not watching this. No matter how great the video is, many, just the attention. Yeah,
it's part of the algorithm, because people are more addicted to TikTok videos or the scrolls or the vertical less than 10 seconds, 15 seconds shorts. Mr. Pork, do you have anything to say? Yeah.
I think I have to agree with her. After a while, you sort of get lost in it for the continuous thing. Because I was trying to find it in the book so I could follow, but I didn't find it in the book.
Yeah, I did see you staring at the screen when the segment was going.
I was trying to take it in.
Okay, let's go to the next one then.
Mr. Anderson, I also want to invite you. I have a show on YouTube called The Artist Connection, and I want to invite you on to talk about what you do. We could break everything down that you do and get more clients from that too.
That'll be fine. We do podcasts, at least I do, with Raj, and he's a person who knows people all over the world. So you can also discuss with him what it is that you.
Okay, Raj, I'll be discussing it with you.
Yeah, sure, Andrea Lee. Just as your teacher says, again, we can be friends on podcasts. We can do a lot more things. I love the fact that you mentioned about social media marketing, because love to make sure that everybody plays the same role, because I would love to see even Zina Lakshmi exploring the kind of work which everybody can do, because the communities can be developed and evolved in this segment under anger management, because the fact that all of us get negative thoughts, again, 80 to 90%, the 70,000 thoughts or 50,000 thoughts in one of the slides which was mentioned, and this was like 2 decades ago. And I'm learning the same repeated thoughts or repetitive thoughts are again and again, and most of which are negative. So the internal communication or the dialogue which goes could be the same thing which is happening. So
also, like, Lynn is a dynamic speaker. Like, I have different events and she gets, comes to events and she starts off with prayer, and everybody always wants to invite her back. I had her on my show a few times and she just captivates the audience. So she's a really dynamic individual when it comes to speaking, and she knows her stuff.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, she's a really good student.
How flattering. I wasn't expecting that beautiful compliment this morning. Thank you.
So also myself and Leandria and Lynn, we all work together. Leandria is a manager, just bringing people together. So our friend group, we have a lot of great, individuals that bring a lot of things to the community. So we're community based. We been working in social work, social services for 15, 20 years. A lot of us in different fields with children and adults. So this is something good to add to what we already do. So we appreciate all of this from both of you guys, Mr. Anderson and Ron. So thank you so much.
And I'd like to thank all of you for contributing to our success. So what we have next, Raj?
Yeah, so we have another 8 minutes or 9 minutes. So let's quickly jump into the other part, which is also part of stress management. I'm just checking.
Okay.
I'm just seeing if
Would you rather skip the stress one and go to the next one instead?
okay. Yeah, because I agree that it's quite stressful to go through the stress topic.
This is different, so you're gonna like it.
Okay, so let's play this.
In this section, you will learn about the new concept of emotional intelligence. Learn to apply emotional intelligence techniques in your life. Use emotional intelligence to manage your anger and develop deeper empathy. Vocabulary. Emotional intelligence. The ability to understand one's own feelings and behavior, as well as the capacity to sense the feelings and needs of others and to use this information in a way that enhances interpersonal relationships. Empathy. The ability to resonate with the feelings of another, to see things from their perspective. Emotions. Highly intense, fleeting, and sometimes disruptive to work. An emotional episode usually leaves a lingering mood. Moods. Less intense, longer-lasting feelings that typically don't interfere with the job at hand. Lingering mood. A low-key, continual flow of feeling throughout an entire group. The 4 domains of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, EI, encompasses 4 domains. 1. Self-awareness. 2. Self-control. 3. Social awareness. 4. Relationship management. Self-awareness facilitates both empathy and self-control. Empathy and self-control combine to provide effective relationship management. Number 1. Self-awareness. Self-awareness includes emotional self-awareness, reading one's own emotions and recognizing their impact, accurate self-assessment, knowing one's strengths and limits, self-confidence, a sound sense of one's self-worth and capabilities. 2. Self-control. Self-control includes emotional self-control, keeping disruptive emotions and impulses under control. Transparency, displaying honesty and integrity. Trustworthiness. Adaptability, flexibly adapting to changing situations or new obstacles. Achievement, the drive to perform to meet personal standards. Initiative, readiness to act and seize opportunities. Optimism, seeing the possibilities in events. The glass is half full. Number 3. Social awareness. Social awareness includes empathy, sensing others' emotions, understanding their perspectives, and taking active interest in their concerns. Group awareness, reading the currents, decision networks, and politics at the group level. Service, recognizing and meeting the needs of others. Number 4. Relationship management. Relationship management includes inspiration, motivating and empowering with a compelling vision. Influence, impacting decisions and outcomes while respecting the rights of others. Mentoring, helping others to develop. Conflict management, resolving disagreements. Collaboration, partnership, cooperation, and teamwork. Self-awareness, the foundation. Without self-awareness, we cannot be aware of our emotions. We cannot manage emotions we are not aware of, so our emotions will tend to be out of control. Out of control emotions impair our ability to experience empathy and to connect with others. When our emotions are out of control, our relationships suffer. We do not have social awareness or the ability for social management. Self-awareness and anger. An example. Self-awareness allows us to notice unpleasant feelings, for example, resentment. Self-control allows us to use assertive communication to resolve our emotions. Thus, the resentment does not continue to fester, finally bursting out as rage. Emotions and feelings.
Yeah, so probably I'll stop at that point under rage.
That's fine, and we can take a few comments and go quickly to our break.
Yeah, this is again, the last 4 minutes is part of the emotions and feelings. And I'm sorry, that's about the self-awareness.
And so let's do that when we come back.
Okay. So our moods keep changing based upon what we are learning, but the last 4 minutes is also not interact, you are engaging. So let's take comments. Lynn.
Yes, this is one of my favorite parts of identifying and being in touch with one's emotional state of being, and that is self-awareness. That's like my going thing that I kind of like use to facilitate and to like have deep conversations with people, because most time, you know, not being aware of oneself and your surroundings can keep you in the dark and just operating in a place out of a place of ignorance. So I think this is a very important piece to what it is that we're doing as it relates to the emotional intelligence side, and helping people, giving people the resources and tools that's needed in order for them to be able to handle, you know, intense situations. So I think this is really, really critical. This is a good piece here as it pertains to self-awareness. For sure, it's definitely important. I don't know if that's what you were looking for me to respond to, but
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn. Is Andrea Lee and Leah Andrea same, or is it different? Lee Andrea and Andrea Lee.
We different.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Okay, Lee Andrea, your comments, please, on self-awareness and on self-control. It's okay even if you say this part is also, the last 4 minutes is also boring.
This wasn't boring. I like this one better than I did the one on stress, because I could follow him right along in the book.
Yeah, this part is really good. It's very interesting. So I like this part, and it wasn't boring, like Mr. Rob said.
I'm sorry, Rob.
Yeah, Mr. Paul. Yeah, please go ahead.
Flipped out. I wasn't thoughtful there, but that's how I felt.
Okay, that's great. Lakshmi, Zinala.
I really enjoyed this part of it too. Just like everyone said, getting in tune with your emotions. It's important that you have self-awareness and self-control, because how could you teach others if you don't have that component within yourself? So I think this one was very interesting, and I really did enjoy this one opposed to the last video.
Okay, so thank you.
I believe Leandria is attempting to chime in. However, I believe she's having some type of difficulty with her mic. She's able to hear everyone, and I believe she may be on camera as well. But I know that her mic is not acting accordingly this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
But you don't hear from her. That's she's trying to work out.
She's gonna send a message.
Okay. Oh, I believe she's gonna message, drop her response or something in the chat, Raj. So if you want to check to see if her response is in there or if any updates are in there.
I see that message in there. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, something wrong with the mic, and but she can hear us. So the different kinds of moods which keeps fluctuating, just like the ups and downs, or like the breathe in and breathe out. There are lots of fluctuations in the moods as we learn. Some of the feelings are intense based upon how constructive the learning is, how engaging it is. So over to you, Mr. Anderson. You wanted to ask anything else?
No, but I wanted to add that there are 2 books that I would recommend that you purchase on emotional intelligence. One is The EQ Edge by Stephen Stein. And it is focused on the assessment, the assessment that we discussed yesterday morning. And the second book, I'd like to have my colleague, Mr. Polk, share with you because he got a gift from Santa Claus. And the name of the book is Emotional Intelligence. What's the rest of the name of it? 2.0?
It's right here on the table.
Yeah. And so tell them what you think about it so far. Mr. Polk?
Emotional Intelligence 2.0.
Yeah, what do you think so far?
I think it's a good book. It's something that you have to study.
Yep.
And you have to think about what you're reading and try to apply it to your life and make changes according to it. There's a book.
Yes. And so do you know more than all of your neighbors already, or is it going to take a couple of weeks? About emotional intelligence.
Well, I was taught if I'm the smartest person in the room, I'm in the wrong room. So I don't know more than my neighbors.
You can come hang out with them.
No, it takes a while for you to set it in. Sometimes parts of it I have to read twice.
Oh, of course.
So that's
Okay, well, that's all I have to say. So watch your timings. Whatever you need to do when we need to go to the break is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have 7 minutes for the break. Is that okay, or shall we break for 10 minutes?
It's asked a group because I'm just a passive guy.
Okay. Okay, so let's.
How many?
10.
Yeah, stick with the 10. Don't fight.
Just
Yeah, but you gotta remember, we may not cover all our material that we want to cover.
Okay, so
I'm already thinking about having another one on this one.
Keep going. Excuse me. Let's go on this break.
I was going on a break for 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yes.
That wasn't democratic. It wasn't but 2 people voted.
Who believes in democracy anyway?
I'll give. I'll give. Okay. 10-minute break.
Raj, you are incredible.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So I'm just hitting the 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Welcome back.
Raj, the video gaining control of ourselves basically has everything that we do. And so, which number were we on last?
Okay, so let me just,
Or more importantly, how many do we have left?
yeah, like, oh, we have 9 of them in total. We are at 5 right now. I guess even if I look at the 6th one, the good part is,
What was, we don't know what the headings are until you open it, right?
yeah, the headings is something, unless I open the video. Unless we open the video, I wouldn't know.
Okay, but I just go ahead because it's not going to, the problem I'm running into is that I don't want to stop and then go into establishing a private practice and then not being able to fill the time up and having to go back. It's better to let continuing more from gaining control of ourselves, which is all related to the practice itself, as opposed to the business part of it. So I'd like to go ahead with 6 and through 9. Because we have, what, 2 hours left, right?
Yeah, before we break for lunch.
Yeah.
We have 2 more hours left. So shall I continue with the rest of the videos in the gaining control?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Mr. Polk, are you in there? And Lynn, before we begin, do you have anything else to say?
No, I'm good. I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, so what Ms. Anderson says is that this is again the foundation of establishing, managing a private practice. And it's mandatory to go through all the set of videos which are in here. This would definitely run into 10 more minutes for, like, we have another 40 minutes of videos in here, but I'll just continue. In case if you want me to pause or stop, just let me know if you wanted to discuss or any point or topic. So emotions do bring people together. So let me just continue with the self-awareness, the foundation.
Emotions and feelings. Emotion, from Latin e and motere. E, a prefix meaning out or away. Motere, meaning to move, as in motor. Emotion literally means to move away from. Emotion, a set of body-rooted survival mechanisms that have evolved to turn us away from danger and propel us forward to things that may be of benefit. Feelings, the mental awareness of emotions. The importance of emotions. 1. The neurologist Antonio Damasio had a patient, Elliot, who had a brain tumour removed from an area near the front of his brain. Elliot's IQ did not drop after the surgery. His memory was fine, and his powers of calculation and deduction were unaffected. Elliot's ability to feel emotions was severed. A life without emotion, without joy or love, sadness or anger, sounds boring. But at least it would allow one to make rational decisions, especially in a moment of crisis, or so one would expect. Not so with Elliot. He seemed unable to function efficiently in any capacity. He found it hard to make the simplest decision or to pursue any plan to fruitful conclusion. Elliot needed prompting to get up each day. Once at work, he could waste an entire day trying to decide what to do first. The root of Elliot's problem, emotions, no longer registered. Without them, he could not evaluate one thing over another. He could generate a full range of appropriate actions, but none of them felt preferable to any other. He could not choose between alternatives and ended up bankrupt. Emotions allow us to choose. Elliot's condition, as well as further studies, show us that our emotions help us make decisions. Without them, we cannot make even the simplest choices. Why? Because we don't know how we will feel about our choices. Emotions bring people together. Our emotions are perhaps the greatest potential source of uniting all members of the human race. They are what make us human. Clearly, our various religious, cultural, and political beliefs have not united us. Far too often, they have even divided us. Emotions are universal. Emotions unite us. For example, the emotions of empathy, the ability to understand someone else's feelings, compassion, the ability to care about and to give to someone else, cooperation, the ability to work together to achieve a common goal, forgiveness, the ability to pardon someone for a grievance against you. All these emotions have the potential to unite us as people. Our thoughts may divide us, whereas our emotions, if given the chance, will unite us. Emotions can guide us. Our emotions developed over millions of years of evolution. They can serve us today as a guidance system. They let us know when any natural human need is not being met. Anger and emotions. Anger is a secondary emotion. Beneath anger is always a primary emotion, such as fear, frustration, or sadness. The primary emotion comes from an unmet need. Our anger can become a signal to look for our unmet needs and care for them. Anger management pyramid. Anger is a secondary emotion, rising out of some primary emotion, such as loneliness, which signals an unmet human need, such as the need for connection. Anger, the visible emotion. Anger tends to feel powerful at the time. It gives us an illusory sense of control. It blinds us to our primary emotions, since they tend to feel weak and uncomfortable. We rarely notice what lies beneath our anger. Primary emotions, signals. We rarely notice our primary emotions. We quickly move through them and into anger. Becoming aware of our primary emotions gives us the choice of proceeding to anger or examining our needs. Negative primary emotions. When we feel angry, our primary emotions are negative emotions. Negative means that they come from unmet needs. An unmet need for connection to other people may give rise to loneliness, a negative emotion. Positive emotions come from fulfilled needs. When our need for connection is fulfilled, we may experience happiness or love, both positive emotions. Working effectively with primary emotions. By ignoring our primary emotions and emotional needs, we may actually move further from fulfilling them. If we act out our anger, we tend to push others away from us. This leaves our need for connection unfulfilled and increases our loneliness. If we look beneath our anger, we can discover what we need and work to get our needs met. Realizing that we need to connect, we can use appropriate communications to connect with a friend, or we can learn to soothe ourselves with self-talk, taking care of our unmet needs. Unmet needs, the root. By understanding our unmet needs, we can develop a strategy to fulfill them. We can share them with people who are close. We can work to self-soothe, to nurture ourselves instead of acting out. Unmet needs, a time to heal. Often, when using the ABCD process of the anger log, we discover that our beliefs are quite childish. I want to do what I want to do, and I get angry when anybody gets in my way. If we don't act out our anger, we reparent the childishness inside us by using self-control. By using the anger pyramid to discover and fulfill our needs, we nurture the child within and become more mature and less afflicted with childish reasons to act out. Anger management and EI. Self-awareness helps us recognize that we are starting to feel angry.
I just wanted to pause here, George or Miss Anderson, over here. So probably ask all the participants to check if there is a childishness, unmet need, probably each one of us, one example of unmet need in each one of us. Would that be okay?
Oh, yes, please. Not only that, but while I'm thinking about it, this is precisely what you will read if you start thinking about what happened worldwide during the COVID epidemic. And that is because people were isolated, it increased all of the unmet needs worldwide. It doesn't matter. Same thing for physicians and so on. So yeah, spend whatever time we need, and I would appreciate it.
Okay, so I'd like to hear it from everybody. We'll begin with Mr. Park. Is there an unmet need right now for you, probably with this training or with whatever is going on in the professional side?
Not really, but I would like to be able to read along with where you're reading. Like the other one, I could follow it along. Therefore, I saw it, I heard it, and seen it.
Okay.
That's the only difference I have. And as previously stated, sometimes you need short for shortness, not these drawn out going on and on, because we lose each other.
Okay.
Keep in mind, all we're doing is demonstrating for all of you what it is that you're going to have to use for your training. You can adapt it however it is that works for you. But we're limited in what we can do because we're giving you basically the access to the whole thing.
I understand that, but thus far,
Okay.
wait.
Any other comments or questions?
No, let me finish.
Go ahead.
You can't short stop me.
No.
I've been told how to access it.
If you haven't been told how to access it, I'm sure you will, because this is from YouTube. And you simply go to our YouTube link, and a whole lot of stuff comes up. And what Raj is trying to do is that he would like to show you more. And so that what we will do is that we will move away from this as soon as we can. I think how many more things that are not related to gaining control, Raj, did you think is out there on the site?
How many things which are not related to gaining control is what you asked, or?
Not related to this, yeah. Are there some other videos that they have access to that we haven't seen? What are some of them?
Okay,
Yeah.
So Mr. Pok, let me confirm. Are you asking how to access this knowledge series?
Yes. How do I get to it? The link. Everybody keeps talking about the link, but nobody never gave me the link.
Oh, okay. So it's been emailed to meredithjpalk@me.com. So if you check your email, there's a list, there's a playlist. When I click the playlist, it opens this series.
Hold on a minute.
Let me zoom in. So I probably, this is where I need to reparent my childishness.
And I have one email here from you from 7:52 a.m.
No, the email says day one recording plus video links. There's another email.
When did you send it, Raj?
It was sent last night, I would say 11 hours ago.
Well, would you be kind enough to send it to me again? Because by now it should have got to my iPad here.
Okay, so let me just, okay, I just
jpoke@me.com.
Yeah, I just forwarded it again.
Oh, wait a minute. It might have went into what do they call it? Junk mail.
Yeah, I just forwarded it once again, so it should be in there.
Okay, Raj, where would you go?
Just came in.
Okay, yeah, that's the one. So if you look at the email, so we'll take another 10 seconds, George. So if you just look at the email, Mr. Polk, so there are multiple links out there. So the first one is yesterday's recording, which had been completely.
Who all is here? So
I mean, all the yesterday's discussions are in there.
Okay.
Skipping.
Hey, well, let's not hold the group up.
focus on.
Okay.
We can solve my problem later.
Okay.
Now that I see. Just give me the right to call you back and say, or text you back and say, I need help.
Okay.
I'm not too proud to say I need help.
Yeah.
Okay, so
In all fairness to the rest of the students,
Okay.
it just came in. Your email just came in as I was looking here.
Okay. So I'm glad you are able to see that. So the other set of videos which are in there would be practice of control, which is again the physician testimonials, the disruptive.
okay, just do that one because that should be very short.
Yeah, it's a 16-minute one.
Yeah, that we can try that because it's interesting. I don't know, except that's regarding executive coaching. So I don't know if they want something that's not really something that they're going to be trained to do. But it's there. So what's the?
It don't hurt to look, Anderson. Let us look at it.
Go ahead.
We might change our mind and say that's something we want to do.
Okay.
You know why I'm saying that too, don't you?
Okay, this part of the video series, now this testimonial which we are looking at would also be part of marketing the private practice. This would be again under probably in the olden days, it would be marketing flyers, the marketing letter. When you establish your private practice in anger management, if you are able to see the screen. So again, office location, telephone etiquette, and business license, the business name, the website.
24, right?
Yeah, this is in the facilitator guide. This is something which we will look into post-lunch, the establishing private practice and the marketing plan. So the current video which we are going to look at would fall under marketing plan, but
I got it. Keep going.
Okay, let's hear it.
Regarding the Anderson and Anderson curriculum for disruptive physicians. First of all, you were introduced to the bar-on emotional intelligence assessment. And I would like for you to share with us what your impressions of the assessment was, things that you may have been surprised to learn about yourself, and any other feedback that you think might be useful to us regarding this assessment.
As far as the assessment, which is the emotional intelligence, I was surprised that I have such capabilities and more than what I expected myself. And I found deficiencies, which I'm working on it now, but it gives me confidence. And how do I deal with people in a better way? And I'm using it as my guidance system in my life. And I wish I knew about it a long time ago.
The bar-on assessment was really a bit of a surprise. And when I first looked at the download, I wasn't really sure that it was going to be able to give me a lot of information because I do try to get information from a test I'm taking. I looked at it as being a test. But as I went through the assessment, I became more and more at ease with it because it asked questions that I could answer, I thought, very honestly. I was surprised at the fact that it was able to pick up on points that were not apparent to me in a very, very, very active way, but in a deep way. It showed me things about my ability to be empathetic with other people. I knew I was empathetic with people, but I didn't think it was something that was noticeable or could be tested. It also looked at the most important part. It looked at the deficiencies that I had, and that was truly accurate. And when I looked at the results, the way that they were presented, not as deficiencies on one side and strengths on the other, but they were mixed together in those 15 different categories. And it was able to show me how it all fit together, because as a human being, it's very difficult to separate out 15 different parts of yourself, because I see, sometimes when I see a part of myself, that's all I can see. I can't see the other 14 parts. But as I looked at the 15, I felt good about that assessment.
I really like the way you were able to recognize that even though the results of your assessment were generally positive, there are so many of the spokes on those particular wheels that can be incorporated into your practice to excel even further in terms of your level of competence. Having taken the bar-on assessment, how do you think that you can incorporate the results of this assessment into your practice and your day-to-day operations with others?
This will help everybody that takes the time to go through the process. And as a physician, I assure you that it hasn't been easy. You ask for a very, very vaunted position and be able to help people. And that, there's a lot of friction involved in it. A lot of things happen to you over a time of years or days, and sometimes in an hour. You need this.
You have to know how to communicate with the other people. And part of that communication is verbal, small part. But the behavior is the major part. And you have to learn how to listen to the people, respect other people's feelings. If you can read their minds, predict what their feelings are, and this is emotional intelligence, use your brain.
This is really great. I like the way you're able to see multiple uses for this particular material. Thank you so much.
Bedside manners, that's good.
I'm sorry, Mr. Falk, I lost you there.
No, that's nothing. I was just reading the screen.
Okay.
How do you think that you may use this information in a way that would increase your competence?
I think it can only improve my bedside manner because it reinforces my bedside manner that I have been using for the last 35 years. Empathy is the strongest component, I believe, in having a bedside manner. And I tested highly in that area. And I've been the recipient of a lot of comments and compliments about my bedside manner. But your bedside manner can always improve. Because there have been situations where my bedside manner has not been perfect because I didn't realize that you can be in the company of a patient whose behavior would make it very, very difficult for anyone to be empathic to them, particularly if they are, well, if they're mean or if they're ill and they're hostile. I can give myself an opportunity to assess that, put it in perspective, and to check my own emotions and say, okay, this person's obviously angry in general, not necessarily angry at you. Allow that, understand that, respond appropriate to that.
Yes, yes, this is really, really good. What I'd like for you to do next is think about the practice of control, which is the Anderson and Anderson Client Workbook, and give me your impressions of that document and also suggest how this will be useful to you in your practice.
The practice of control, your book, deal with 4 items: anger, stress, communication, and emotional intelligence. All these items, whether the practice of control or the emotional intelligence composites, are all interconnected to each other. It just gives you the map to sail smoothly in that complex web of life we are dealing with, especially in the medical practice.
There is so much that's in that client book that it's not something that you can read once and get. It asks you to make responses, and you actually have to, you're asked to make choices, to actually write on the pages. And I was reluctant to do that because I knew I had to go over these pages again. And when I went over them again, I wanted to be able to look at this question, because it's not going to be something I've seen for the first time, it's for the second or third or the fourth time. And I want to be able to see what my response will be. I want to use it as a means of finding out how I have changed as I've gone through this book. It is a book which a physician, a healer, can appreciate because it addresses the things that I think are unique for the physician who happens to be a human being and a healer.
I very much appreciate the idea that each time you read the curriculum, you find something new or novel that had not been noticed the first time around. This is the way it was designed, and I'm glad you picked that up. Thank you.
I'll just pause there. That is again with respect to documentation, which most of us feel very stressful, probably as the facilitator or as trainers, coaches. Any comments out there, George? Like, would you like to ask the participants anything, Mr. Paul?
Yeah, I would like to ask them, well, first of all, I'd like to tell them that when I send your certificate, I will send you a free copy. That's the gift that I'm giving all of you, a free copy of the Practice of Control. So you'll have a copy of the book. But if you listen so far, it doesn't matter which of the books that you read in relation to me. Anger management is my thing, at least, and emotional intelligence. And so that we just presented to different populations in different ways, but the material is very, very similar. And the differences would be obviously examples, just as I'm talking to them, they are responding in relation to their practices in medicine. So that wouldn't be at all similar to someone who was referred for road rage, which then involves the criminal justice system, or someone who has been released from probation and is in a reentry program. But hopefully you get it. But I'm interested more in what do you guys see in this, which is again novel. To be honest with you, I didn't even remember that it was that long or that it covered that much. I haven't seen it probably in 20 years.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Question, did you say that you're not interested? Okay, can you close that, please? Did you say you're not interested in clients who have like a case of road rage, or those that are?
That's not what he said.
No.
Right. Meredith, I understand that. That's why I'm asking. I'm trying to be clear on what I heard him say.
I'm sorry.
I would like for him to bring clarity to what was stated.
Please forgive me.
To those.
Okay, if I said that, it would have just been a feature of old age, and it wouldn't have been what I had meant to say. And so that I'm interested in all of the work that I do, but I'm interested in introducing emotional intelligence to every one that I have a chance to introduce it to.
I got you.
So that while it's been many, many years since I worked directly with people who are from the prison system, I have trained the people who provide the service, so that it's the same kind of thing, and so that my interest is genuine, and I don't know what else I can say.
Okay.
I would be interested in knowing from you, what did you see, if anything, that we're learning from these two physicians regarding how the coaching that I do may be similar to what I've been teaching you guys in terms of what can be provided in a group setting, because that part is definitely not at all the same.
I think that in viewing this, it was very much of an eye opener, because when you're working with physicians, I know in my personal experience, bedside manner is going to the doctor, and I don't want to throw a name out there, but anyway, a lot of doctors do not have bedside manners, and they don't know how to approach. It was interesting how both of them were saying that, they wanted to be a more empathetic and positive, but most doctors are not empathetic. And I was like, wow, your emotional intelligence tool is so like vital, because I know a lot of hospitals and a lot of doctors that really need training and coaching on this, because they are not empathetic. It's just like we go through assembly line with no kind of them not feeling any kind of communicating any kind of feelings of empathy or whatever. So when we go, I'm just like, this should be done at every hospital for every doctor, every staff, because it's brought a light to me on this is really needed, because some people really don't even know or understand, how important this is in terms of relationship management, or relating or communicating with, staff, or with, anybody, any of civilian people or anybody. But this has really brought some light to me, Mr. Anderson, about, wow, this is so much needed in every component, in every area of any, area of work or anything.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so let me just share with you that I think it was maybe 4 years ago, I was invited by the American Medical Association to be their keynote speaker at a conference that they had in Hawaii. And the title of the presentation was The Importance of Emotional Intelligence in Medical Education. And so that doctors from all over the country was in attendance. And so it was partially as a result of that presentation that I wound up being asked to write the book that I just had them comment on. And so that it isn't something that we should blame the physician for. If he or she did not receive the training, it wouldn't be their fault. It has to come the other way. It should be first decided at the top. People who determine what the curriculum should be in medical school. And so that during the discussion in my presentation, they explained to me that the problem was there were so many things already included in medical education. The question was, do you expand the training, or what is it that you would eliminate or reduce? And again, I'm not a physician, so I couldn't respond to any of those questions. But it was really a fascinating experience, because to be honest with you, I don't know that many Black social workers who present on that level at a national conference. I never read of anybody who had quite done that. So there was no one that I could call to ask, how's this going to work out? So what I did is that I took my daughter with me so that I would have at least one person in the audience who could provide something positive. But it turns out it was very well received. But in any case, can you see anything else that may be useful? That's not even the end of it, but I don't know if we should follow the balance of it or not, because we're trying to cover as much as we can. I just don't know exactly, Raj, how we should use to balance our time.
Yeah.
Question once Raj responds to you, Lynn would like to ask a question.
You go ahead, you go first.
So I had to step away for a brief moment. I don't know if you also tapped into the emotional intelligence piece about physicians and how they interact with their staff as well. because I did hear Alonda say, I hope I'm saying your name right, Alonda. Okay, I did hear her mention about doctors and their lack of bedside manners at times, because I think their work becomes so mundane and just so routine. You know, they've seen it all, they've heard it all, witnessed it all. So sometimes they become extremely desensitized. But I think that this would also be a good program if it hasn't been, on how doctors interact with their staff, because I know I have a lot of friends that are in the medical field and they work directly with a lot of doctors. And I notice a lot of times that a lot of their stressors come from how the doctors interact with them and how they, degrade them, and just the way they talk to them. It's very condescending, as if they're inferior to them. So I guess my overall question is this something that you think could also be incorporated into the training?
Medical field.
Yes, in the medical field. And is this something that you've done for doctors and staff?
It already is. And so I'm just going to take the time to show you. Hold on, Raj. No, I think it would be too much. I was going to ask you, do you have the practice of control? Could you pull that up, or is that a big deal?
No, I do have the practice of control. I was about to ask if I can send them a copy, because you said you're going to give them with the certificates, but I can email to all the participants in a couple of minutes. I do have a copy of the practice of control.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'll tell you the page to go to.
Okay, let me bring that up.
I think that's a good area. Okay, needs to be done.
Okay, and I completely agree with you, Alenda. Most of the physicians, in fact, whom I dealt with, the biggest complaint, they don't care about the emotions, or they don't work on how they communicate. The biggest complaint which I hear from them is most of them don't have time.
Right, no time, no time, but no personality. Many of them don't have the personality, so dry, not, just the relationship, just being the bedside manners of just being cordial and being intuitive and, leaning in, engaging. Okay, is there anything else? What's the problem? How are you doing? I mean, it's just so cold. The cold personalities and how, just the temperaments of them, it's just so it's like a violation of your, your emotional rights, because I just think people should be a little bit more in tune. I'm a person that's really, in tune to people. I'm a social worker, MSW, and I'm like, it's just naturally, I'm naturally that way, always, concerned about a stranger. But, when you think about you working in this field and people don't want to deal with you, because what I do, if your bedside manners are not right with me, I go to the next person. I'm done. I'm not gonna, because I don't feel, you're already there if you have some sicknesses or some chronic illness. I mean, you're already there, feeling like, oh my God, I'm trying to deal with all of this. But then when you have to deal with the personalities, you would feel better if they were a lot more cordial, a lot more, engaging in terms of your, what you're going through and asking questions. But I find it so difficult. So difficult in that industry. It is just, this particular course is so very much needed.
Yeah, I'm
training.
That
is
is right.
occurring, by the way, excuse me. It is occurring. And again, I had mentioned yesterday, I know I talk a lot, but I have been working with physicians specifically in relation to emotional intelligence for disruptive behavior since 2008. Which is when the Joint Commission introduced the requirement that all healthcare organizations in the US must have written policy as to how they will address physicians whose behavior at work risk patient safety, which is exactly what you were talking about. What I'd like for Raj to do now is to go to page 109.
Yeah, before I go to page 109,
Yes.
I could see Lynn's reactions with whatever the conversation which was going on. Probably it could be Rage, but I just wanted to check with you, George. Shall I email them? I can send it in less than a minute and everybody can be on the same page.
Send what to them?
The package control.
I'm sorry, I think going on with Andrea's computer. She's in my background. I believe there's something that she wanted to chime in on.
Okay, I mean, shall I mail them the copy of?
Not yet. Go ahead.
So the page number
109 is just one page. 109.
Okay, 109. Okay, that's 102, 104. Okay, wheels of interaction.
Just 109 is what we're going to deal with. And let's address the person who wanted to make a comment first, or question.
So have you ever frequented this restaurant called the Capitol Grill? They have the best customer service. And I asked them at each facility that I've been to, do you guys have training, and how is your training given to the employees? Because from the door, the person that opens the door, the hostess, the waiters, staff, the bathroom staff, and the chef, they have great customer service, and I always compliment them on that. So what they do is go to a 6 months training where they learn all these different things. And I think that's important for a lot of different organizations, because if I go somewhere and the customer service is bad, I'm leaving. I'm not going to have an enjoyable experience. So I think that's very important when it comes to different places like that, to have this in place.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
It's very lucrative. And that's one of the things that you, or any of you who want to, could decide that you want to specialize in it. So let me give you an example also of another one that's local. In fact, I gave you two. One is Ritz-Carlton. Have any of you ever been to the Ritz-Carlton on the Marina Del Rey?
Not that one, but I've been to one. Been to
Okay,
Ritz-Carlton.
it doesn't matter where it is in the world.
Yeah, I've been to one.
The same all over the world.
They have the same training. The next one is locally, the Beverly, oh my goodness. There's a hotel that's new, relatively new, 2 or 3 years, in Beverly Hills on Wilshire, and Waldorf Astoria.
Yeah.
Part of that. I've never gone to that.
I haven't been
Yeah,
there.
well, let me just give you an example of that one. The idea is that, yes, they're trained in emotional intelligence for customer service. That's what it's called. And it's very, very lucrative. Or even, have you ever heard of Verizon Telephone Company?
Yes.
Customer service. I train many of the people.
Their
Customer service is terrible for sure. Yeah. But I just want to explain to you is that what happens is that people become burned out.
Mm-hmm.
So they just do it for a while and they can't handle it and they quit. So that's one thing. So let me give you another practical example. I trained a lady in Oakland, no less. And not only that, I helped her get not one, but 2 contracts, because they called me from BART. BART is Bay Area Transit Authority.
San Francisco.
So that they handle the streetcars and whatever else, buses maybe. And so that they called me and they said that they were having staff who drove the trains, as well as the people who were at the different gates, whatever that means, were quitting, and they wanted to know what they could do about it. And so I trained managers and supervisors in, quote, customer services. And then I gave the contract to a person who I had, like you guys, who I had trained. And then she won with another contract, which was, she took the training in the certification. It's not the certification, I mean the assessment. So every time they had new employees for any of those jobs, they would have them contact her, and they would take the assessment, And then she would tell Bart, the company, whether or not this person was a good hire or not. If the scores were too low, she would simply reject him, but then she would give the results so that they, the company, would know that she didn't just do it from her head. She did it based on the results of the assessment. So you're really on to something. But in any case, in the interest of time, I want to go and let you know, yes, I do the same thing.
Let me ask you one question before you do that. I think
Okay.
you're alluding to something.
It's break time.
Citizens in Beverly
We
Hills.
cannot pass the break, no matter what, Mr. Polk. And so we will need to take this break no matter what, and then we can follow your question. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Because I don't fight. I'm just passive. Okay, Raj, let him take the break, Raj.
Yeah, I'll just hit the timer. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Raj.
Okay, I'm sorry. Welcome back. I guess now you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is everybody back yet?
Yeah, we're just waiting for Zina Lakshmi.
Yes, I'm back.
I'm here.
I'm here
Very
and it
good.
went away.
Okay, so you can see then page number 109 in the book for physicians.
Yeah.
And so that this is a variation on what we've been doing earlier in the day with clients who are just coming to anger management. And so that who would like to read it, the first situation one?
I'll read it.
Okay.
Situation 1. The chief of surgery, 54-year-old Caucasian male at a major hospital referred by the hospital board for patterns of verbally abusing peers and subordinates, nurses.
For just a second, someone had asked a question just before we left. Do they take into consideration the way they treat staff? That's your answer right there.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And A, beliefs. The other members on the committee were unwilling to take the necessary actions to revoke the privileges of this quack. I have a duty to protect the patient if I know that there is any likelihood that they wouldn't survive his surgery.
So this is the chief of surgery talking about one of his surgeons. That's a direct quote. Keep going.
B, feelings, impatient, afraid, stress.
So that's what he told us, me, that he felt. Action.
Action. He yelled at a fellow surgeon and called him that surgeon, incompetent and dangerous during a disciplinary hearing.
Okay, so that's the end of that one. So being consistent, go now to the contrasting wills of behavior and tell me what you see. Anybody?
His behavior was very aggressive.
Okay, yeah.
He was hostile.
Yeah.
Sound like he was very intimidating.
Whoa, he's the chief of surgery.
Yeah. Controlling.
Whoa.
And manipulative. And inattention. He didn't care about any kind of consequences, and they don't.
Okay. And so let's look at the positive wheel.
Okay.
What would have been a more appropriate way for this surgeon to deal with the issue that's being discussed? Anybody?
To be assertive.
Be assertive. And
Yeah.
so that an assertive communication is always positive.
Always. Common goal.
Let's go. Right. Okay. And so that the assertive speaker demonstrates active listening, focuses, maybe seeking compromise, maybe rephrasing, and so on. Okay. So sticking with this just for a second, because we can't spend a lot of time on this, but this particular doctor, my program for physicians is, again, I'm always doing something different. And one of the reasons is that I've never had anyone to ask, because I'm always doing something that I don't know of anyone who's ever done before. I never met anyone before myself who was providing this kind of coaching to physicians. So I didn't have anybody to ask. So I just came up with it on my own. What I came up with is that I wanted everyone to be seen for a essentially 3-month period. So the way I came up with it is that for, I believe, 24 sessions, 12 sessions, excuse me, I see the physician for 1 hour per week. After that, I only see the physician 30 minutes, and it's not for an hour, it's for a half hour. And it winds up to being about 3 months. And after the first 12 weeks, I send a report to whomever made the referral with a copy of just 1 page of the results of the assessment, as well as what the doctor and I have decided is his or her action plan. And at the end, I send a final report with a copy so you can look at the pre-assessment and the post-assessment, and you can see evidence whether or not there is significant changes, or there may be additional assessments that I may give called a 360-degree assessment. So that's the story with the physician. So any questions that you want to ask me regarding that particular physician? And so I don't hear anything. Raj?
Yeah, we can hear you. Any questions? I mean, from any of the participants?
Okay, no problem. Then need another volunteer to read the.
George, before we read, as Mr. Polk is back, he had a question before we took a break.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot. Mr. Polk.
You're on mute. You're on mute. Please unmute.
I am?
No, I mean, Mr. Polk.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Before we left, we was discussing service at different places. I've been fortunate to have eaten at some of the best restaurants in the city, especially when I was in corporate litigation. Let's take the Ritz-Carlton. I don't think it's fair to compare the Ritz-Carlton to the restaurant down the street from me, because my daughter used to work there. They're trained versus the ones around here. You don't get that training. And I also have had the privilege and honor of being into the hospitals. I think UCLA is a lot different than the ones in my area.
Yep, they sure are.
Okay, so I don't think it's fair to just say all doctors are like that, because I've got a friend. She went to UCLA. I'll tell you who it was. When she got ready to go back and operate to the treatment room, she said, "Come on, go with me." And I said, "Come go with you?" And as soon as the doctors found out my last name wasn't the same as hers, there was a pin dropped in there. But she said, "I want him here so he can hear what you're saying." So we have to take those things in consideration. Number one, where the service is being rendered, Ritz-Carlton coffees is $5 a cup.
Oh, well, I'm not sure how to relate to this. In my position, I was just providing information. I was not making a value judgment about.
There's other people was though.
Oh, okay then.
I know about where you go.
Okay. Okay, then. So now let's
Mr. Anderson, it wasn't a comparison to anything. I was stating the fact of different places that have what you offering and how it's emotional intelligent. So of course I wouldn't compare those restaurants to the ones in the hood, quote unquote. So I don't understand exactly what was being said. So I'm kind of confused.
Okay, but we don't want to spend time on it, though. I think we need to. We've done as best we can now. So I'd like to go instead. So since you are with me, why don't you just read this 36-year-old situation 2?
Situation 2, a 36-year-old African-American female orthopedic resident was referred by the hospital's HR department for anger outbursts and verbal abuse of a nurse.
So it's a similar kind of thing, right? The same
Yeah.
questions that someone had asked me in advance. This is not related to patient per se, it's indirectly, but it's related again to behavior between a physician and one with less status, but an employee. Keep going.
A, beliefs. She wanted me to do her job, wasn't moving fast enough in emergency situation. They were in ER, but the situation was not life-threatening emergency. Continue.
Keep going.
B,
Feel
frustrated, impatient, disrespected, and embarrassed by having her judgment questioned. C, actions. She yelled at the nurse in the middle of the ER and put her across the room by the arm to look at something.
you can never touch a person like that.
Hmm.
You can never touch a person. She actually had the ladies pull a lady by her hand, her arm, or whatever. I'm just pointing it out to you. But okay, so you finished it. And so the same thing. Let's take a look at this one, and you can do it from your head. A negative wheel. What do we see? Anybody?
It's rage.
Yeah.
The whole wheel.
Manipulation.
Controlling, hostility, intimidation, avoidance, interrupting, manipulation. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And so when she finished with me after 3 months, what do you think that she will be doing more on the left, on the positive wheel?
Seeking compromise, honest feedback, stating needs is important. So she should have told her what she needed from her.
Mm-hmm.
Focusing, because she made the situation just more than it needed to be. And now she ended up in your class. And
Okay, well, that's really good. I appreciate it. Let me share a secret with all of you. One of the things that I've learned since 2008 is that when it comes to coaching, there is an advantage if the coach is trained in coaching, but also has training in mental health. Because often the basis of the problem is more than anger. And so that I felt really sad with this person because one, she was with the Navy and she was in San Diego. Her mom was from Ohio. So her mom had to fly out and it cost her a lot of money. It was not paid for by the military. She had to pay me. And so it was really an unfortunate situation. And so I just took the time and said, are there other things, is there something else in your life that will be useful for me to know? And she started to cry. And what had happened is that she was engaged to another physician. And he ended the relationship. And so that she was distraught over the ending of this relationship. And this was what was behind her behavior. Had I not had the training, I couldn't have done that. And so that I'm just letting you know is that this is all virgin territory. Nobody knows a lot. But that's also been one of the things that I have used in justification as to why I charge so much. And I have not had anyone arguing against it. Because the company, whoever is paying the bill, may wind up spending even more money, just sort of not knowing exactly why there is no change, and so on. But in any case, we only have one more left. Who would like to take this other one because it's very different? Situation 3.
$40-year-old age?
Yeah, go ahead.
A 40-year-old Asian male plastic surgeon in a private practice was referred by the courts for assaulting a female in the parking structure of his office building.
Also Beverly Hills. Go ahead.
I just said it did happen out there. Believe. She was provoking me, calling me names and hitting me first. I had to stand up for myself, feeling humiliated, secretly felt superior to the victim, disrespected, and impotent.
Impotent.
Impotent, sorry.
And that came from him. This is what he said, how he felt.
Okay. After taking, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Action.
That's what I was going to read.
Oh.
After taking verbal and physical abuse from an violent and angry woman who had parked illegally in his assigned parking space, he turned to her, pointed his finger at her, poked her in the chest, and said, "You're a effing B-word." He turned and walked away and returned to his office. And a short time later, the police came to his office and arrested him.
Okay, same thing. Let's do it in our head. Patrol wheels.
Rage.
Yep.
Hostility.
Okay.
Intimidation.
Yeah.
Controlling. Interrupted.
Interrupting. Okay. If he cooperated with me, what do you think he will gain after 3 months? Positive.
Assertiveness.
Focusing.
Oh, yeah.
Expressing his feelings.
Stating needs.
Okay.
Focusing.
So I would like to hope that'll make you just a tiny bit smarter. Again, he rents space in an office building in Beverly Hills, and he's going to deal with something like that himself. Not me. I would never have said a word. I wouldn't say a word. If you park in my space, I just go right back up to the office, my office, and call the parking and tell them, do you remember what my space is? My name is on it. I'd like for you to have the car removed. You see what I did?
Yeah.
Don't want to get involved in situations that you don't have to be. That's just not smart, in my opinion. Okay, where do we go next, guys? We got diverted, and I like it. So now, where do we go next? Raj?
Raj is on mute.
He's on mute. Well, can you click and get him off mute?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost that. Could you please repeat what you said?
No, I just wanted to know where do we go next?
Okay. So
are there some other videos? Because there's one video that we didn't really spend as much time on as I would have wanted, and that's called Llano Mas, one in Spanish. But before we get there, I just want to know first, is there something else that's mine? That's
yeah, I mean, we were at the physician testimonials. In fact, we stopped at the contrasting wheels when the physician was talking about it. This was the last part. This will, let me see if I can bring that up here. This is where we stopped earlier to this. Yeah, the contrasting wheels of behavior. This is where we left.
good. Go ahead.
We'll quickly finish this and go back to gaining control and take the lunch break and come back to the private management practice.
Thank you.
Now that you have been introduced to the instrument which we call the contrasting wheels of behavior, How do you think you can modify or adapt this particular instrument for use in your practice?
First of all, this contrasting wheel of behavior has the positives and the negatives. The positives is the active listening, assertiveness, honest feedback, acceptance, compromise. And these are good things in communications and dealing with the people. The negatives are hostility, rage, inattention, manipulation, controlling, intimidation. And these are the roadblocks to communication. As a surgeon, I recommend it to be in a poster in the operating room in front of the operating surgeon. So before he yell and scream and get angry with the nurse or the anesthesiologist or the assistant surgeon, he has to look at it and take a deep breath, time out, and cool down, and then he starts to talk, and I'm sure he will never be angry.
When I first saw these wheels, these posters, which the different aspects of human responses could be, I was actually a little frightened by the one that was in red. I don't know why, because it was explosive. And that was a negative wheel, I believe. And it had some very strong words in it, like words like rage, intimidation, manipulation. Those are all bad things. And they were all collected in one place. And right next to it, and I saw it, but I couldn't take my eye off the red, was the soft, calm blue wheel, which were the positive wheels. And the two sitting on a wall, sitting next to one another, I didn't know what to do with it. It was very, 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 it was intimidating. And I didn't think that I'd get it. But as I looked at the card, that was helpful because I got an opportunity with that card over the next night or two to get familiar with it, get comfortable with it. I could actually view it. I could accept it. And I wasn't really sure what to do with it. But as I sat down and worked with you, and you worked with me, you showed me, using examples from one of your other publications, that how this wheel worked. And as you showed me how to use it as a tool, then I realized how I could use it. I now know that I can take those posters and put them in my OR, put them in my office, and then with time and with the process of introduction and explanation, and also give examples, they'll be able to see that this is truly a tool. It's a tool for communication. It's a tool for resolution of stress. And we have stress, plenty of stress.
I like your response to this particular instrument, and so that I think that there are many creative ways that can be used to master material that are on both of these wheels. Now that you've been exposed to the Anderson and Anderson curriculum for disruptive physicians, how would you explain to a potential client the value of such a program?
If you think that this program is not going to be helpful, or if you think this program is a waste of time, or you want to evaluate, go through it first. Give the process a chance. You're a smart person, you're capable, but you're here. And this program, and believe me, because I've completed it, this program is going to help you.
I felt that every human being should be aware of what you are doing. And if we follow what you taught us in this course, we will have peace in this world. We will sail smoothly in that complex web of life we have, and we will get along with your colleagues, and you will live longer, because anger caused nothing but a heart attack or stroke, and you will accomplish nothing.
I really am glad that you can see the value of this particular model for use with any group of people under almost any circumstances. This is very, very positive and growth producing, I think, for all of us. I would like to express my appreciation to Dr. Zaki as well as Dr. Doremus, both.
So we will jump into Euromas, but before we jump in there, so the value of the program is something you get to learn more when you start teaching others, when you start practicing it, and when you start exploring. Mr. Anderson, yeah, please go ahead. I guess you have something.
No, I appreciate it. And what I'd like for you to do is, at some point, send me a copy of that one. And I'm going to start using it for marketing purposes. And I'd like you to think of ways that we can use that in marketing our work for physicians and executives. But I'd like to have feedback from those of you who watched it. And go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. It's already on our YouTube channel at Anderson Services YouTube. If you go to Anderson Services YouTube channel, this physician testimonial video is already in there. And what I wanted each one of you to do is, like, as the physician mentioned, anger is like every physician out there is sitting on a mountain full of stress. Probably there could be stressful mountains out there. Every physician who's walking in there, probably because of the stress from personal life and all, they're sitting on a pile of stress, or probably mountain full of stress. They're walking stress mountains, I would say. But there is a huge opportunity for each one of us out there, probably be training the physicians. Again, as you go through the curriculum, there are ways where you can improvise, definitely, because the foundation or the foundation stone, or probably the roots, are already in there. It's been there. It's been proven formula for last 2 decades. Definitely something which I believe. And you all have the wings to explore, take it an extra level with everybody's help. So before I jump into Yoramas video, I'm sorry, George, please go ahead. You were able to say something.
No, that was all. Stick with you. Go ahead.
Okay. Does any of the participants have any comments? Lynn, I would love to hear from you, because I know this is kind of what the other physicians are saying. But again, going back to the material, going back to the resources out there, when you have the copy of this book, again, there will be lots of insights for sure. Do you have anything to share? Alanda, Riggs, Lynn?
Like I said before, it's a powerful tool that definitely Mr. Anderson has definitely, stumbled across something great. And it still needs to hit some places, like I said, and it's just something that definitely needs to be marketed more. I'm sure Mr. Anderson has done that, but there are some places that still have not been touched by this. And I just think it's just amazing, because it is evidence-based. It is something that many people, like even Lynn said, the staff, because people are under stress, they're under pressure, they're under so many different duresses and different things that are going on in life. And we don't know for any matter in terms of basically what people are going through. We don't know, but we're all going through different things in our lives, and this is just such a vital tool that everybody needs to utilize, or whatever areas or companies that need to be in this to be given to. I just think it's awesome. It's just awesome.
Thank you so much. Okay, Raj.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
have you tried to get this into the police department? I think it would be very.
That's another one. Ooh.
The
Yes.
answer is yes. The answer is yes. And I'd like for some of you to think of the same thing. And so let me start off by saying, actually, I have provided services for the LA Airport Police, for the Sheriff's Department for LA County, and I had a contract with Highway Patrol, as well as, let's see, Ventura County Sheriff's Department.
Mr. Anderson, I live in Ventura County, and the police there are really nice. They're different from LA County. So I see the difference. You know, they're really they try to think about things and communicate very differently from LAPD.
Well, this is really good, because if all of us work together and market each other, I think that is limitless in terms of the things that one can do that is truly needed by others.
Mr. Anderson, we skipped over the book and improving communications with other on page 20.
In the booklet, gaining control of ourselves.
We didn't get to that because we got diverted. I was just responding to a question. So let have Raj complete this one thing on gaining control of ourselves, and in the afternoon we'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So definitely we will go back to the communication skill. In fact, that was one page which was covered, but I would love to see you co-authoring or publishing a book. Probably could be anger management for police, just like anger management for physicians. I'm sure that would definitely be a bestseller in all the 50 states for sure. So give it a try, give it a shot, because once you have a copy of this as a gift with your certification, I'm sure that will create the ripple effect in marketing yourself with your private management practice. So you would have a copy of this as promised by Mr. Anderson. So I love the topics which are in here. Again, everything which had been put in the chapters. Yes, George, you were able to say something.
Yeah, the other was the LA Unified School District Police.
Yes.
Yeah, and so that it really is limitless in terms of what you can do. I also train, for example, the military, not police, but I trained, I don't know which department it was, quite frankly, but it was military, and it was in 29 Palms as well as San Diego. And so that I'm open, I do training that I'm asked to do, but again, I'm just not capable, certain anymore, of doing a lot, but I'm eager to be helpful to any of you. But I would like for us to, one of the things I'd like to do at the end of the day, at least, is see if we can come up with, again, a next training that I give like this, and have each of you assist me in marketing it in exchange for that. There may be some of you who may want to co-sponsor future trainings, and they can be live if you want it. So we can't spend time talking about the details right now, because it'll be individually with each of you. So
if you need to market, I'm your girl.
Okay, I appreciate it.
That's your chef and your marketing.
Okay, thank you. Hey.
Definitely, we will look forward to working with you, and really probably Lynn out there. So it's like, I would say again, 4 wheels of the car. Probably 2 wheels could be the positive wheels, and 2 wheels could be the negative, or it could be the positive. So unless, it depends upon how we are moving forward in achieving our goals, be it 2024 goals. Let's see how probably we have. This is like August, October now. Probably if you could hit something before Christmas or by November, We have like 90 days. If we could achieve something more materialistic in terms of in 2023. So in next 90 days, if we could do something realistic, that'll be awesome for all of us.
Yes.
So with respect to communication skills, this is where Mr. Polk had stopped, as in the page 19. But do you want us to continue with the communication? Before I jump into Yorama's video and break for lunch, do you want us to go through this communication vocabulary? Because that is,
Okay, then I'll show you a way of doing it. The answer is yes. What page is it now?
yeah, page 20.
You read it.
Okay, and here's what I like to do. Instead of doing it the whole thing, I would like to select an easy one that we can complete in a shorter period of time. It's on page number 23, self-assessment of communication skills. And so I'd like for each of you to one at a time, just verbally go through the whole list, or not the whole list. Well, yes, the whole list, letting us know what you have and what you need to develop. And so we can start with whomever, it doesn't matter.
I'll go first. I'll go first.
Yes.
So ability to listen to others, I have that skill. Ability to state needs clearly, I have that. Ability to see choices, I have that. Ability to compromise, I might need to develop that. Ability to respect others' opinions, I have that. Ability to share feelings, need to develop. Ability to accept outside help, need to develop. Ability to admit mistakes and apologize, I have that. Ability to appreciate and nurture others, I have that. Ability to value yourself, I have that. Patience, courage, honesty, I have all of those.
Are you willing then to yourself personally decide to read the rest of the details in this section and then practice skill enhancement in those that you listed?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, who would like to go next? Thank you.
I'll go next.
All right.
Oh, my ability to listen to others, I need to work on that more. Ability to state needs clearly, ability to see choices, ability to compromise, I could work on that a little more. Ability to respect others, ability to share feelings, I don't like sharing my feelings, so I need to work on that. Ability to accept outside help, I really don't. Depending on what it is, I have to work on that. Ability to admit mistakes and apologize. Ability to appreciate and nurture others. Ability to value yourself. I need to work on patience with my children. Courage, honesty. I have all of those other things.
Were you surprised by your response to anything?
No, I'm always able to admit when I need to fix something or change. I like constructive criticism. Sometimes I do shut down and walk away from things, and I do need to work on that in certain situations. And I'm very opinionated, and I sometimes say what's on my mind a lot, even if people ask or not. So,
Same thing. Are you willing to practice these?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
can go
Thank you.
I'm in the same room. I'll go ahead and go next. This is Lynn.
Okay.
Ability to listen to others, yes. Ability to state needs clearly, yes. Ability to see choices, yes. Ability to compromise, and the ability to respect another's opinion, yes. Ability to share feelings, yes. Ability to accept outside help, definitely need to develop, but I am getting better with that. Ability to admit mistakes and apologize. I do have that skill, but I am constantly evolving in that area as well. Ability to appreciate and nurture others, yes. Ability to value myself, yes. Patience, courage, and honesty, yes.
Okay. What do you think about this? Could you see this as I'm using it now, just a standalone for a session if you have 15 persons in a group?
Oh, 100%.
I'm sorry, did you answer?
Yes, 100%. I do believe that this, I believe this could be, I wouldn't even say an icebreaker, but this can always be the segue into crucial conversations or more You know, I think this is where self-awareness begins.
Okay.
Sometimes
And-
we may see ourselves a certain way, and maybe it's not the way we see it to those on the outside. So how we see ourselves and how others view us is a totally different thing.
Okay,
So I think this is
appreciate that.
a good segue to have a healthy and in-depth dialogue between the participants.
Okay, who's going next?
I'll go. Just need to see it. It's not up.
Page 23.
Okay. Ability
find-
to listen. Yeah, I have it. Ability to listen to others. I have that skill. Abilities to state needs clearly. I might need to have some improvement with that, but I'm working on it. Ability to see choices. I have that skill. Ability to compromise. I have that skill. Ability to respect others' opinions. I have that skill. Ability to share feelings. Every now and then, you know, I share my feelings. You know, sometimes it could be a little, you know, I do share feelings, but not as much as I would like to.
Oh,
Not as much as I would like to, because I'm kind of like, you know, don't want to step on any toes, that kind of thing. But if need be, I will. Ability to accept outside help. I'm willing for that. I have that skill. Ability to admit mistakes and apologies. I'm really good at that. I have that skill. Ability to appreciate and nurture others. I am very good at that. I have that skill. Ability to value yourself. I have that skill, but I still, you know, sometimes I'm very modest, and, you know, the people try to give me, you know, let me know that you are very valuable. So I'm kind of working in between that, but I do value myself. Sometimes, you know, like I said, I'm just a modest person in general. Patience. I have a lot of patience. Courage. I kind of go in between that. And as far as honesty, I'm very honest. Very honest.
Okay, I appreciate that. On the other, my wife has been trying for years to get me to put on the other for myself. Modesty. No way, I ain't gonna let her trick me. Who's gonna be next?
Meredith,
Yeah, Meredith.
can
Are
I,
you having fun today? Tell the truth. Yes, no, maybe.
what you say?
Are you having fun today? Yes, no, or maybe.
I'm still here.
Yeah,
Must be enjoyable. And in for the sake of time, let me skip going all down the list. Let me tell you why I need to improve.
That's good.
The ability to share my honest feelings.
Okay.
The ability to truly value myself for what I'm worth. I'm a little short on patience and honesty, because same as the person before, sometimes you don't want to step on people's toes or hurt anybody's feelings.
Okay.
That's it.
So are you gonna practice them a little bit?
Of course I will.
Okay, very good. And so who else is next?
I can go. I need to see the thing. I don't have the
It's in the
page.
book. You have this on page number 23. Do you have your book? Gaining Control?
This one,
Yeah.
I think so.
It's easier
Oh,
that
it's
way.
across. Let me grab it.
Yeah, take your time. It's okay.
Could I have the page number once again? Actually, I
It's
had.
23.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. I was just gonna say I checked all the books I have, and I actually do not possess that one.
Okay. We have it on the screen.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and do that. Ability to listen to others, I do have that skill. Ability to state needs clearly, yes. Ability to see choices, yes. Ability to compromise, need to develop. Ability to respect others' opinions, yes. Ability to share feelings, need to develop. Ability to accept outside help, also needs to develop. Ability to admit mistakes and apologize, I do possess that. Ability to appreciate and nurture others, appreciate, yes. Nurture needs to develop. Ability to value yourself, yes. Patience, courage, honesty, and other, I do have.
Okay, so you're gonna take this opportunity to spend a little time working on the ones that you need to improve, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. Who's next?
Yeah, quickly, Alenda Riggs or Zinala Lakshmi, would you like to go on developing any of these skills or already have these skills?
Oh, I already did it. I already went.
She did it yesterday. Yeah, and this is
Okay.
Lakshmi. I went through this exercise yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, she did.
Okay. Then I see what he has on the screen from Yonomas, and this is precisely the one that I would like for him to focus on. And then by the time this is over, we won't be able, this will be it until lunch. Okay, let me tell you the story on this one quickly. This lady is an attorney. Her husband is a very, very successful businessman. And so that she's playing whatever it is, cards with her colleagues. And she's telling her colleagues, did you know that there's a new, excuse me, no, she's not a lawyer. I think she's a dentist. There's no dentist in town. And they said to her, why do you need to work? You have everything. You have a BMW, you have a beautiful home, you have a housekeeper. Why would you work? And she said, I just like to use my skills. And someone else said, but your husband is not going to like it. So that's the story behind it. Now go directly to it, Raj.
Yeah, I mean, we are listening to what you mentioned, George. So play the video with the.
Yes, yeah, right there. That's the only one we want. It only take a second.
Ni se te ocurra decirle al Fed.
No sound, no sound.
Okay, I'm just playing in the mute.
Okay. So that's the primary lady. And now she's going home. Watch this guy very carefully. That's Jack Daniels, but he doesn't have one. Watch and see what he does. That's a two-shot problem here. Okay, you can stop it and I'll tell you the story. She goes home and she says to her husband, "There is a new dentist in town. He asked if I would like to join his practice." Her husband said, "Why do you need to work? Do you want another BMW? No, you just want to go to bed with him." She says, "No, no, no." And then she finally said, "Maybe this is not a good time." And she starts walking away. She says, "We should discuss this at a different time when you're not drinking." And then that's when he hit her. So that's the story. Interestingly enough, this video was made by a shelter in Chiapas, Mexico, and it's a domestic violence video. And there are a lot of scenes that can be used both for domestic violence and or anger management. The one that we showed yesterday was on domestic violence also, with the family in which the husband hit his wife. So you can move away from it and take the next 3 or 4 minutes to comment or ask questions before we end for lunch. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, ask me some hard questions because my brain's gonna fall out.
We need you.
Yes, we do.
No questions?
Well, I can tell you guys that I'm suffering from anxiety because we're gonna make so much money, I'm not gonna know what to do with it.
Wow. Oh, gosh. Great.
Like that declaration.
Yeah, you gotta speak to existence.
That's right. That's right. Amen.
Okay, words of wisdom, Raj. Everybody's waiting for you to tell us what's gonna happen in the world.
Coming back to post lunch, as in now we'll break for lunch, and post lunch we'll work on private management practice, as in just let me just bring that up on the screen.
Yeah, I didn't know whether we had a list. If we do, that would be really good. Do we have an outline or not?
Yeah, we do have an outline.
But it's not on the outline that I had made. It may be on another outline from before.
Okay, so I mean,
it's in the facilitator's guide, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the facilitator's guide, yeah. So
just go to the section that says marketing anger management practice or something like that.
Okay, so I'll just jump to page 29.
Yeah. Okay, and so that's essentially that's it. So we can let them go and give them 15 minutes instead of 10 this time.
Is it lunch or break?
Yeah.
It's lunch. I'm sorry. You get an hour, so let them have an hour and 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
That'll be 60 minutes or 45 minutes?
Well, we'll be back at 1, right?
That's fine.
1
Yeah.
o'clock.
1
Great.
o'clock.
Who's saying that?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. So I'll just pause the recording here.
At some point, take a look at some point the video regarding the practice of control in those 2 physicians. I hadn't remembered it was even that long. And so that I would like to actively figure out a way of using that for marketing. And the thought that I have is that, does it always have to be the whole thing, or can it be done in pieces?
Yeah, we can do it in pieces. So we can definitely work on getting into parts of it. So if I go back to welcome back all the participants. So it's right in here. This part, the
Oh, okay, just on practice of control, okay. That's good.
I'm George Anderson.
it's under disrupt to
Stop that for just a minute. You see where that is? Raj,
Yeah, I see that.
that's my house. This is where I live.
Okay.
That's the view from my deck.
Yeah, I could see that, and also in other parts of the training, I could see other participants. There are a couple of other videos where I had seen, and also it was in the pictures.
Yeah.
That's a
So
beautiful.
that's what I do is that I got rid of all of my offices. I don't have an office outside of my house.
Okay.
Okay, so when they're back in, you can announce and we can start. And again, we will go directly to the facilitator's guide and focus on what you had already selected, how to maintain and establish a private practice.
Yeah, so we have Zina Lakshmi. Do we have Leandria back? Please confirm. Okay, so
I'm sorry that one person had a problem with her mic because she's really a key person and I don't know what we could do about it. Nothing, I assume, right?
oh, okay, sorry. I mean, that was a setting from my end. I'm sorry. I disabled the participants. Okay. Now you should be able to unmute. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Okay, I was able to. Thank you, Raj.
Yeah. Okay, I enabled the unmute option for all the participants. You can just unmute yourself and speak, and let me bring in the
I'm here.
facilitator guide on the screen.
Okay, I'm unmuted, right?
Yeah, page 24. Yeah, you are unmuted. We can hear you, George.
Okay, then.
We're just waiting for Mr. Falk.
Yeah, okay. Give him a few minutes, it's fine.
Meredith, can you hear us?
Meredith? No, that's Meredith is Mr. Polk.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I guess. Okay, that's page 24. We'll just go back to page number 24, facilitator's guide. And once he's back, I'll give him a refresher.
Mhm.
See.
Okay, for me, can you make the prints larger? Because I don't have a book in front of me for that one.
Okay, let me open that on a full screen. Okay. Page 24. Okay, good to see you back, Meredith. So we are on page 24 of the facilitator guide. So establishing a private practice in anger management. So,
Okay. What I'd like for you to do, each of you this time, much freer, more open, interrupt me at any point and ask whatever it is that you want. or give me an opportunity to go into anything with more detail or provide you examples. Because I don't know what the options are. If I try to do it all from memory, obviously I wouldn't be able to include everything. And so establishing a private practice in anger management. Since I've maintained a full-time private practice in psychotherapy for the past 35 years, it's now probably 42. It is not uncommon for both students and colleagues to question me on how to develop and begin to implement an anger management specialization in beginning or ongoing practices. I certainly cannot speak for all practitioners, but rather from my own personal experience in what I have done, in hopes that one or two ideas may help a colleague develop his or her practice in the modality that I consider one of the most effective intervention paradigms in helping people resolve interpersonal conflicts, relationships, increase emotional intelligence, improve communication, and manage stress and anger management. One of the things that I'd like to tell you is that independently of me, it's not my idea at all, but even if you follow the, let's say, New York Times or even the LA Times, or any of the internet publications like LinkedIn, or if you even were to Google what are the most promising needed interventions that were created or increased by COVID, and you will quickly see that it's going to be substance abuse treatment, anger management, stress management, communication, emotional intelligence, batteries intervention, child abuse, parenting, and so on. And so that the time is right. Not only that, in the past, you had to have a physical location. It still may be the ideal, but it isn't necessary to have the investment that it was needed during the time that we were practicing in multiple locations, as it is now. I also feel that it is virtually important that all facilitators go into anger management as a client before beginning to implement anger management classes into his or her practice. One of the things I'd like to point out to you is that African-American doctor, Dr. Doremus, who was in the video regarding the physician practice, he was one of the physicians who opted to be trained himself as an emotional intelligence coach for physicians and executives. And so he practices out of Alaska. And he and I both, along with three other physicians who I trained, at a conference in Las Vegas for a group of Nigerian physicians of the Americas, is what they were called. Anyway, the options are really wide open. Only experience on both sides of the desk and life experience in general, in my opinion, creates a truly effective anger management facilitator or trainer. In order for you to sell the process, and you must sell the process, you must wholeheartedly believe in it. One of the best ways to do that is to experience firsthand as a participant. Your credibility as a provider dramatically increases as you truly understand the process of learning skills to manage stress, improve communication patterns, manage anger, and learning to be more compassionate and sensitive to others. I don't know if you know that, but whenever I write, almost every paragraph has the same thing over and over again, which is stress management, anger management, and so on. Anger management practices is a business. It's a business of helping people manage anger and stress, and increase emotional intelligence, and improve communication. Those individuals who have greater acumen in business will do better in generating income from their practices than those who find the concept of helping others and making a living mutually exclusive concepts. I believe that specialization is a direction to follow if the goal is to be successful. Anger management is a specialization, which can have within it 3 different specializations. This includes emotional intelligence, communication, and stress management. I'll give you an example. I received a call from a hospital. It's in Long Beach. It's called Long Beach Memorial Hospital. They said, we would like for you to do a presentation. And I said, okay, what is the presentation? And they said, emotional intelligence for healthcare. I said, fine. Who am I presenting to? They says, physician. How many physicians? They said, 100. How long will the presentation be? 45 minutes. And so that's exactly what I did. And for 45 minutes and 15 minutes of questions, can anyone guess how much I got, how much I received? And this was years ago. Somehow you took me away from my page, Raj.
Please do tell us.
I'm not
Yes,
on my
Dan.
page. Just like, yes, you're Raj, you're taking me away from my page. Yeah, go ahead and answer it. Whoever it was, answer it.
Oh, I'm asking you to just tell us. I'm so curious. This
Yeah,
is
me
Lynn.
How much,
I
Mr.
asked a
Anderson?
question. Am my question being answered, or are you asking me a question?
No, you were saying for us to answer or to ask how much, or to, I guess, to guess
Yeah.
how much you would pay that particular.
So what did you say?
5,000?
No, I got $5,000 for 45 minutes.
That's what I said. $5,000.
And
Oh,
that
okay.
was years ago.
Mm.
And so that was one. 2 days later, I got a call from Torrance Memorial Hospital. And they said, we heard about the training that you gave at Long Beach Memorial. Can we have you do the same thing for us? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got to get out there.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, don't cheat. Be really good. Give them the money's worth. And so in any case, this includes emotional intelligence, communication, and stress management. Being a jack of all trades and a master of none is probably the best route to go in one's developing practice in order to generate income at the beginning of a career. But to remain as such creates restrictions on the capacity of the business to obtain economic growth and results. What am I talking about? You can start being a generalist, and that's fine. But until you build a niche or associate a number of related niches, like I just did, it's okay to have a niche in emotional intelligence, communication, and stress management. If someone asks me to do something in stress management, same thing. Sure, I can do it, right? But if you continue and you say, I can see children, I can see adolescents, I can see adults, I can see couples, that's not going to get you very far, because now you have no audience, because it's unlikely that you're going to have that many audience unless it's spread out over a whole number of years. But just keep in mind and listen to what it is that I'm saying. I said the specializations in anger management classes offers the provider a route to proceed in which to generate more income in a shorter period of time, besides providing an arena for clients' timely growth. For example, if we run a 1-hour class of 8 members and charge a fee of $60 per client, we would have generated $480 in 1 hour. Even though this was written years and years ago, not many psychiatrists get $480 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Very few psychotherapists make $480 an hour in individual psychotherapy, because you only have one human being in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
So an anger management intervention can not only be tremendous psychological paradigm and experience for the client, but also a wonderful income producer for one's private practice. And so the other thing to keep in mind, that for anger management, the length of time of an anger management class is 1 hour. That is not true for batterer's intervention. Batterer's intervention, domestic violence in California, is 2 hours. And so that right away, you can easily see that the person in anger management, at least in terms of an hourly basis, is going to earn considerably more than a person who's doing batter's intervention. Nevertheless, in my opinion, the ideal would be able to be certified and do both. And return anger management intervention as a business, it must be remembered that your office solves itself, that your office itself does not generate any income, but only debt. Rent, utilities, malpractice, phone, etc. All revenues from one's office come from outside of the office in the form of clients, corporations, writing, and so on. This indicates that the private practitioner must go outside of his or her office to generate income. You need to make yourself known in the community in which you practice. First of all, you must be aware of your community. Is anger management a valuable profession in the location of your choice? For example, it would be foolish to place a gourmet market in a lower socioeconomic environment, as it would be foolish to set up a practice in an area where there is a lack of potential clients and resources. So here's my example from real life. I think I told you maybe yesterday, and maybe it was a good idea if I didn't. But I'm at UCLA. A colleague, friend of mine, psychologist, African-American, was already there when I arrived. We're talking about 76. So UCLA let us use our offices at the university for private practice with no overhead. So we all did well because you didn't have any overhead. None of the things I just mentioned in this paragraph did we have to worry about. No office rent, no telephone, no staff. Anyway, and so then when Governor Brown became governor, he decided we could still use our offices, but we were going to have to pay. And so I was informed right away, and I didn't even have lunch that day. I went immediately at noon around the corner to 1100 Glendon Avenue and rented an office on the 21st floor of a building called the Wilshire Landmark. I think, no, it was called, can't think of the name of it right now. But in any case, on the 21st floor, we had a non-obstructed view of the ocean. My friend, who was thinking differently than my brain, he didn't even rent an office. He went over on Stalker and let's say Crenshaw, and he rented 4 hours from someone who had a different kind of business. Let's say he was an accountant or something like that. 4 hours on a Saturday. In the meantime, I also hired a full-time receptionist who was bilingual, right? Well, he didn't make it, and I did. And I don't hold it against him, but if we analyze what I did and what he did, tell me what you think. Ask me some questions. Tell me what you see without asking questions. Anybody, please.
Definitely the demographics, the area. Crenshaw, Stalker?
Yeah, it's a nice area, by the way.
Yeah, it's a nice area. Definitely.
Right.
I live in it.
But I don't think that would be the ideal place to set up a business.
Okay. So that this is really bad and it's embarrassing somewhat, but during the 1960s, nationwide, there was a notion that only Black mental health professionals could understand how to provide assessment and treatment for Black patients. What thoughts do you have when I say that? Do you believe that's a good strategy?
No.
Hello? Why not?
No.
Why?
Because they only specialize in, they only trying to, because it's only one population that they're directing their attention to.
Absolutely. And so guess what? you know where UCLA is located, right?
Yes.
To the north of UCLA is Bel Air.
Yes.
To the east is Beverly Hills. To the
Beverly
south
Hills.
is West LA, and it's right in the heart of Westwood. And then you
Yeah.
go the other direction, is Brentwood. And so
Right.
that, is there a lot of white people over there?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Do they have a lot of money?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. And so that was my practice. His practice was not like that.
Right. He's in a
And so
different
the
area.
unfortunate thing is, I feel, is that I refuse to permit myself as being identified as the Black psychotherapist. I just wouldn't go for that. If you were referring to me stuff, people would call it up and say, "Oh my goodness, I'm so glad to reach you. I'm looking for a Black male psychotherapist." I said, "You know what? Wait a minute. You'd be better off if you call someone else." Why would I do that? Help me out, guys.
Because they're looking for you to accommodate their financial budget, pocket.
But they didn't say that.
No, it was, you don't want to be stereotyped.
Okay.
Put into one box, right? You want to be able to market yourself to everybody. And I understand that 100%.
Yeah.
This is ugly.
Definitely.
This is
It's
ugly.
ugly.
This is ugly.
But it's
But I
real.
want you guys to still like me because I'm still a good looking guy and I'm nice.
Yes.
And so what I said is, I am a Black Harvard University trained child psychotherapist. I can treat anyone. And that was it. I also was the most probably expensive person that you could find because I felt that I wasn't like everybody else. I'm different.
Because you put value on yourself. And a lot of times people don't do that.
And I think that's unfortunate because listen, do you guys think that this anger management is good? Be honest.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Well, so don't let anybody, for example, and he can speak for himself. Mr. Polk has had training before. He told us that. How would you compare what you have with what you're getting, Mr. Polk? You can't hear me? Did he return?
No, we can hear you.
Mr. Polk. I was trying to get him to respond. Okay. And so it seems like I don't know what it seems like, but in any case, I think that you should identify with the uniqueness of what it is that you
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Which is to use a model that includes emotional intelligence, because that's not what the general public has an access to.
Yeah, George, Meredith is back. I mean, he was on mute when he was speaking. We can hear you, Meredith.
Okay, Meredith, did you hear my question?
Yeah, I heard your question. You
don't feel
couldn't hear me. You couldn't hear me teasing, Also, did you tell him that you trained the person that I went to?
No, I want you to tell the story.
Anyway, there's a marked difference between your training and the training that I got. I actually feel like I walked through maybe that's because I had some other outside experience. With this training, you actually walking through what you're going to be doing. You got other people, all the other students are really just like people attending the anger training class or coming for help. And I like that about it. I really do.
Okay.
I think
let's
it's
go
better.
Okay, take me to upside. You got it sideways now, 25. I need to get it turned around. Yeah, this is it. Let's see. Which paragraph am I on now?
Yeah, so in my case, I choose to settle in an environment where professionals such as doctors, lawyers, and psychologists are respected and used.
Okay, so at the top, that's where I'm to start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you just read it? You were doing good. I like it. I can't see as well. Damn it. I must be getting older. Go ahead, Raj.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. So in my case, I choose to settle in an environment where professionals such as doctors, lawyers, and psychologists are respected and used. I wanted people in my community to think Anderson and Anderson when looking for anger management or psychotherapy. But how does one make him or herself known? Obviously, this comes about through interaction with the community in which the facilitator lives and works. By interaction, I mean generously volunteering your time to give talks on all kinds of anger management issues to any organization that will listen. Offer help on committees, write columns in the local newspaper, teach at an academic site, join community organizations, etc. And I just wanted to remind that there was an email sent from George. I just sent it. There are 40 plus LinkedIn groups. I wanted all of you to be part of those LinkedIn groups and start advocating your knowledge in terms of this. So it really is not any different if you live in Hollywood, Florida, or New York City, as there is a community of individuals out there who will accept your offer to give of yourself for their benefit. No matter how proficient, no matter how proficient you may be as a facilitator, if you are unknown, the chances of your practice filing up is quite unlikely unless you have a wonderful referral source and someone who is consistently looking out for your economic well-being.
Stop for just a second. So let me give you an example. We live in Brentwood, and my kids have always gone to school in Brentwood, starting with preschool. And so that immediately as they were enrolling, or when we were meeting with the people, even discussing the possibility of enrolling in the school, my wife would let them know what she did and where she did it. I would do the same thing. And so that when my youngest son, Brian, had gone to middle school, it was, again, a private school. And I got a call from the headmaster one day, and she says, "We have a request." And I said, "Okay." She says, "We're having a meeting for parents, and we would like for you to make a presentation on middle school stress." These are the kids who are going to go from the 5th grade to the 6th grade. Is everybody with me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's junior high is what that used to call it in the old days. That's what they called it. And so I did. And so in the presentation, an attorney raised his hand. He says, "I got a different kind of question." I said, "Go ahead and listen to this question, because it just baffles me still." He said, "How old should a child be before you allow them to watch the news on television?" Did everybody hear me?
Yes.
What am I
heard
going to
you,
do?
and I think I know why he said that.
What's
Because
that?
I think I know why he asked that question.
Tell me.
News is always bad.
It sure in the hell is local.
Always bad.
Anyway, it was really something, but I did, of course, answer. And on another situation, there's a very famous child psychiatrist who's passed away now, and his name was Dr. Irvin Berkovitz. And so he too was on the faculty at UCLA when I was there, and he had a contract with LA Unified School District. And I'm going to tell you again, it isn't that I'm arrogant, it's just that I believe in fairness, is the way I describe it. I want to be always treated fairly. I don't want you to treat me bad, and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm assertive. So in any case, he said, "I want you to work on my team at the Board of Education." And at that time, they were paying social work consultants $55 an hour. And so I said, well, not to him, but to the school board. I'm not an average social worker. And it's no way I could possibly do that at that fee. I says, if you look and you find me one person who does not have a medical degree, he was trained as a child psychotherapist at Harvard University, and you show me that person who works for that amount of money, and maybe I'll do it. Of course, they don't exist. And so I got $368 an hour. So when the other social workers found out about it, they said, how in the world are you making so much money? So anyone help me out. What should I say? I'm just a country boy from Mississippi.
With
I have
skills.
fun every day.
With skills, though.
Oh my goodness.
Highly wanted and highly needed skills.
You mastered what you did. So you were a master.
I just felt I should be treated fairly, is all I kept saying. It's like, I don't really care that much how much others get paid. It makes no difference with me. But here's my fun story. It's